Andy Medford, how are you?
Good. How are you, Paul?
I'm good. Long time no see.
Yeah. It's been a while. Back at it, huh?
Well, I guess I'm a glutton.
Yeah. Well, you picked a good time to jump back in.
Yeah, this will be fun, won't it?
Yeah.
There's Megan. Hi, Megan.
Hi, how are you?
Just fine. What state are you in?
Well, Montana. I haven't left since all this started.
Oh, really? Good.
Yeah, we're just hiding out.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Trennis. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you.
Our newest member.
Yeah, I appreciate the welcome.
Trial by fire.
Yeah, you got it. What an exciting time, huh?
We've got an upside down person.
There is.
I can see I need to have someone work on my lighting. My Zoom lighting is not very good.
I've learned that the hard way.
What do you have? A giant light there on the other
Still trying to
Yeah.
zoom
side
in.
of your face?
All the lights off behind you.
Here.
Can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
We hear you,
Hello?
guys.
Yes.
Happy New Year, everybody. I'm trying to get mine to load on my computer. I'm using Terry's iPad right now. There we go. All right,
To have
Terry.
someone work on my lighting. My Zoom lighting is not very good.
Doubled in.
I've learned that the hard way.
What do you have? A giant light there on the other
Still trying to
Yeah.
zoom
side
in.
of your face?
All the lights off behind you.
Here.
Can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
We hear you, guys.
Hello?
Yes.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Are we listening to a recording?
I'm trying to get mine to load on my computer. I'm using Terry's iPad right now.
That's delayed.
Yeah, that was 1 minute ago.
There we go. All right,
To have
Terry.
someone work on my lighting. My Zoom lighting's not very good.
All right, how many people do we have on?
Greg, it looks like there's 19 participants between agency representatives and telephone call.
Great.
So when you're ready, let me know and I'll push the button for our live stream.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, I'm gonna mute Terry, Greg, so that we don't get feedback from him. And you should be good to go, sir.
All right. There's a lot of echo in there.
Yeah, Terry, if you would mute your computer, like the sound on your computer, because we're gonna hear everything on our side through Greg's microphone.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Can't hear me.
You got to turn the volume up on yours, I think.
All right, well, let's go ahead and call the Wednesday, January 6th, Stevensville Planning and Zoning Board meeting to order. It's a virtual meeting. I'm here in Town Hall with planning staff from Ravalli County just to help give me some support. So we'll go ahead and do roll call. Megan, do you want to do the roll call?
Sure. I don't have our meeting in front of me, but Greg, you're obviously here.
Here?
Trennis? Trennis,
Here and present.
okay, and Paul?
I'm here.
Okay, and Dan?
I'm here.
All right, and we are, I think John is here, but sitting this one out. We are all in attendance, good.
Great, thank you. Before we get started, I just want to make sure we take all the public comment we can and certainly encourage those who are listening and want to participate in this meeting, reach out either via the phone, email, or on Zoom. And if this meeting takes more than one meeting to get through the public comment, I'd sure be happy to do that. And I think the Planning and Zoning Board would be happy to do that as well. So that being said, we'll go ahead with our first order of business, approval of the minutes for September 3rd meeting. And Megan did a fine job as usual. I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the meeting notes as written.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the meeting September 3rd as presented. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any public comment on the motion to approve the minutes? Any public comment? All those in favor of the motion signify with aye.
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 I think that's unanimous. Are there any opposed? Motion. Okay, our next order of business is unfinished business. Discussion and possible decision on a recommendation on approval with conditions or denial of a subdivision application for Burnt Fork Estates. So do we have anybody from HDR to present the staff report?
We do have a representative from HDR, Mr. Bill Buxton, who helped the administration put together the staff report. Bear with me here, Greg, and I'll present on the town's or the administration's behalf. This one I pull up. So just to give, I guess, a little bit of background for the benefit of the board and those in attendance, the Planning and Zoning Board had met on September 3rd, 2020 to consider the subdivision proposal. At that time, the administration requested that the Planning and Zoning Board put off review until a staff report could be updated, given a new submittal or an updated submittal on the subdivision. That staff report was updated on the 2nd of October and provided to the board. It is now live on our website as well for folks to review if they so choose. The staff report is a pretty straightforward document for board and the town council's review, in that we went through each of the services that the town provides and evaluated the impacts that the subdivision had on those services. And then, of course, coupled that with the requirements on our development code and the regulations that govern how subdivisions are built within the town limits. I think that the Planning and Zoning Board is well up to speed on the size of the subdivision, where it's located, and the overall plan, as you've had a few months now to review the plans for it. And so myself, Mr. Buxton, and a couple of department heads are available for any questions you have in terms of the staff report.
Are there any questions from the board?
Is there going to be a rundown, a review, a presentation? What's the overall line out here look like of that staff report and or of from PCI?
We'll give the developer or their agent an opportunity to present. This is my first subdivision with the town of Stevensville. We do it a little differently at Ravala County, and we have a formal staff report presented to the planning board and then to the board of commissioners. So,
Brendan, did you say that Bill Buxton was going to give us a presentation of that staff report?
Not necessarily. I mean,
Okay.
if he's prepared to present on it, he's certainly welcome to. It's a 7-page document. You guys have had it for some time now. It reviews basically the plan from the perspective of the administration and the department heads. It's basically a fact-finding mission that takes facts from the proposal and then compares those to the requirements the town has for subdivisions. I can go through each of the different items that we discussed in effect. I just feel like I'd be reading it to you, and I don't necessarily want to insult you in that regard. At the end of that evaluation, there are staff recommendations that we recommend as conditions of approval for the Planning and Zoning Board and the Town Council's consideration. And at this time, given the proposal that's before us, there are 24 of those recommendations for the board and council's review and consideration. And so those are review of the preliminary plat, and those would be criteria we would hope that would be met before final plat is approved in the subdivision.
I do have several questions, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, though, I guess.
Yeah, I have several questions as well.
I guess first being that I don't want to make an assumption here that we are seeking approval with conditions as how we're proceeding with this subdivision. And if that's the case, based on the staff recommendations, I would like us to just go through them one at a time, all 24 of them, and look for questions or look for answers, get questions and look for answers on each one of those.
Yeah, I agree. That might be the best way, even though it could be a lengthy process. It seems to me that that's the best way to go, one by one.
Greg, I kind of came into this meeting wondering if you were going to use that checklist that you provided us that we modified to fit the requirements that we had. And if that's the case, then a lot of what's in the staff report is going to be addressed through that checklist.
Okay, and the entire board received a copy of that this week?
It is in their packet that they were emailed a link to last night.
The 217 page one?
Yeah, but I'll tell you exactly what page it is, Megan. Hang on.
219, excuse me.
So it's right in the front of the packet, that checklist that we're referring to. It
Oh,
starts
the
on
prereq.
page 8 of your board meeting packet. That was something that Mr. Chilcott offered us from the county as a tool to evaluate the subdivision, specifically to facilitate discussion and determine those findings of fact and conclusions of law. And so, I mean, if you want to go through those, I think a lot of what's in the staff report is just going to be rehashed in that roadmap. So we're at your disposal. If you would prefer to just go through the staff report and address each recommendation, we can do that as well. We'll participate in whatever conversation the board wants to have.
So
Greg, do you want to suggest?
what I'm thinking right now is that we go ahead and let the developer and developer's agent to present, go over their overview. Hopefully that will answer some questions. Then I would suggest we take public comment, allow the public to weigh in. I'm certain that we're going to have some helpful suggestions from the public that then we go through our review. We can hopefully get those questions answered by either the HDR or by the developer. Does that work for the board?
I think it's smart to have the developer present.
So if the board agrees, just put a thumbs up in front of your camera and we'll go forward. All right. That being said, John, are you going to present, or Andy?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I sure appreciate the opportunity to do so. I love the thumbs up. Andy Mefford and I are here to, at long last, present our proposal for this subdivision. I hope through this process to answer as many questions that you may have that will come up. We'll try to make our presentation as concise and pointed as possible while still answering as many questions as we anticipate that you are going to need. To start off, if I could, I'd like to steal the screen from you, Mayor Dewey. And I think if I hit share screen, I can do that. Oh, you disabled share screening.
Well, let's see if I can fix it.
Can you guys hear us okay?
Yeah, we can hear you guys great.
Okay.
Okay.
You're just pretty muted for us. We're having a hard time hearing everybody, so
Try
we
it
have
now.
audio problems on our end.
Okay, I need to pick a screen here.
I think you can just pull up from down here too.
Okay.
Maybe not.
Okay. All right. Can everyone see that screen of the aerial photo of Stevensville?
No,
No.
No? Okay.
that's the wrong. Go back to your Zoom call. Go back here.
Okay. Show all windows. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. Bear with us. We're getting there. Okay. Does that come up?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. As I said, we appreciate this opportunity to present the proposal on behalf of Ralph and Dwight Hooley, the owners of this property. This is an overview of Stevensville, as you can see, with the subdivision, potential subdivision lots located, so you can see where they are. What I guess I'd like to start off with that may help answer some of your questions is to show where we are in the subdivision process. This is a long process, as you who have been involved in it know. And it starts off with what we're going through right now, the preliminary plat review. And Mr. Luddington raised this question, but should the planning board recommend approval with conditions as staff has recommended, and if the town council ultimately agrees and approves this subdivision with conditions of approval, we would then move to the second stage in the process, which is preparing actual construction plans for the water, sewer, streets, drainage, and utilities for the subdivision. Those plans would then go through a rigorous review, first by the town staff, the Public Works Department of the town of Stevensville, also by the Department of Environmental Quality, and as well as other agencies. At the same time that we begin the process of preparing those plans, we would also begin the process of addressing whatever conditions of approval the town council has agreed to adopt. These conditions currently, for instance, include a permit for the approaches onto the adjacent Logan Lane and Middle Burnt Fork Road. So what that means is if that condition of approval is included, and even if it's not, we would need to obtain the approach permit from the appropriate agency. In this case, it's the county of River Valley. In that process, I mean, if we're not approved for the approach, we would need to either modify our application to conform with whatever conditions the county addresses at that point and requires of us. If it requires a major modification of our subdivision approval, we would then have to probably come back through the town review process. So this second phase, and ultimately the steps that we would need to go through before we can finally record the plat, are extremely important. They're rigorous, and they all lead to a subdivision approval that complies with the standards that the town has set at the initiation. If following this second phase of review, then we receive approval from the town for construction of those improvements, and from the Department of Environmental Quality, we would then undertake lining up contractors to do that work, actually build the water, sewer, street, drainage facilities. And upon completion of that, we would prepare as-built drawings that the town could keep on record to show exactly what's installed in the ground. Finally, once we get through that process, once the town Public Works Department has approved our drawings and says the improvements are constructed appropriately, then we can proceed to the final stage, which is recording the plat. And at that point, making sure we meet the list of conditions that have been placed on us at this initial stage. And it's only then that lots can be sold and houses can be built. Getting back to that initial stage, this is really the critical major review stage of the whole process. And we understand the importance of outlining this clearly for you, and so that you can have a clear understanding of what you're voting on. To back up, back in 2002, Arlo Ellison proposed 5 phases of the Creekside Meadows subdivision. At that time, the town did 3 things. One, it annexed all of the areas included in the 5 phases of the subdivision. And if you look, the area that's phases 3, 4, and 5, which I'm outlining with my cursor here, that is what we are looking at now for the Burnt Fork Meadows subdivision. So this property was all annexed into the town at the time in 2002. It was zoned north of this quarter section line. It was zoned R1. South of that quarter section line was zoned R2, multifamily. The third thing that the town council did in 2003 was granted subdivision approval for the 5 phases of Creekside Meadows. So following up with that, Arlo Ellison developed phase 1 in 2003, and later developed phase 2 in 2007. Following that second phase, the recession hit, excuse me, and Arlo was not able to complete phases 3, 4, and 5 of the subdivision. With the recession, the development of phase 2 was very slow. The build out within phase 2 was slowed down and has only recently been nearly completed. In 2019, Ralph and Dwight Hooley looked at purchasing the land that was phases 3, 4, and 5, and were investigating the option of developing that. They asked the town administration, and the mayor responded with a letter saying that since so much time had passed since the original subdivision approval in 2003, that they would need to resubmit a preliminary plat application for review and approval by the town. That's why we're here today with this revised subdivision approval. At the time that we were doing this, there was a committee of Creekside residents that were concerned when they saw the for sale sign. And in a second, I'll address some of the issues that they brought up when we met with them. Here's an aerial photo of the property that we're dealing with. It's cow pasture, irrigated cow pasture. To the north is the residential development of Creekside Phase 1. To the west is the school district property. To the southwest are private ownerships. Across Middle Burnt Fork Road also is private ownership, and there are pastures and hay meadows irrigated across Logan Lane to the east. This property is irrigated, or was irrigated at the time, from a line that passed under Middle Burnt Fork Road at the southeast corner of the property. That line is still there, and it provides, in addition to this property, it provides irrigation water through a pipeline that follows Logan Lane for a little ways and then crosses over to the private property to the west. This is important because we have to maintain that pipeline. We need to have a design that allows the continued flow of irrigation water to folks that have the right to use that water. Another pipeline passes under Logan Lane a little bit further north, but this is not irrigation water. This is overflow drainage water coming from the land to the east on the other side of Logan Lane. To the north, there are connections with three streets in Creekside Meadows. Each of those streets has water, sewer, and drainage pipelines that we intend to connect to with our proposed subdivision. One of those lines, water lines, was connected to a booster pump just adjacent to Middle Burnt Fork Road, and it followed a pathway that Syringa Street was intended to follow if the original Creekside Meadows subdivision design was ultimately built. As it was not, we have designed around that water main that exists in the ground. Over a year ago, Ralph and Dwight Hooley were very anxious to find out what the concerns of this Creekside committee was. And so we arranged a meeting with them that happened at City Hall December a year ago to find out what their concerns were. And among their concerns, I've distilled out what the major ones that we had to look at were. At the time we met with this committee, we did not have a development design or layout or proposal yet. We wanted to find out what their concerns were, and we hoped that that would help us design the subdivision in a way that would address these concerns. Their first concern was they didn't want a lot of traffic coming back through Creekside Meadows from our proposed subdivision. They wanted that limited as much as possible. Second thing was that they would like a green space, common area, open space between Creekside Meadows and our proposed subdivision. The third thing was that they had great concerns about groundwater because a number of the residents of Creekside Meadows had experienced water in their crawl spaces. A number had installed sump pumps to pump that out. And periodically when groundwater rose in the spring and throughout the summer, sometimes they would have groundwater occasionally appearing in their crawl space, which caused issues that they would like to avoid. The final major concern that they had was that traffic on Logan Lane is a current hazard, and they did not want it to get worse. So we got to work from this. Their first issue was that they didn't want a lot of traffic going back from our subdivision. In this plat, north is to the left. Logan Lane is at the top. Middle Burnt Fork Road is on the right side here. So Hooley Street, which runs through the middle of our proposed subdivision, is roughly the dividing line between R1 single family and R2 multifamily. This street then would collect any traffic generated by the multifamily portion of our proposed subdivision, so that they would go out to Logan Lane and would not go back through Creekside Meadows. In addition, Juniper Loop funnels traffic back onto Hooley Street and out onto Logan Lane without going through Creekside Meadows. This leaves us with Syringa Street and Aspen Trail that are split between going out through Creekside Meadows or going out Hooley Street. If you've got a house right adjacent to Hooley Street, you're obviously gonna head out that way, whether you're going north or south. What we've done here then is minimize the number of home sites that are going to funnel back through Creekside Meadows. And we believe in that way we have addressed the concern that the committee had, that they wanted to minimize the impact of traffic going back through Creekside Meadows. Second thing was they wanted this green strip between us. Our largest common area of nearly an acre is between the single family development in Burnt Fork Meadows and the Creekside Meadows development. This is our largest space. It's a minimal impact design park that I'm going to talk a little bit about later. But through this, we believe we've addressed this concern that they need a common open space or strip between us and them. Groundwater is a complex issue. When Arlo Ellison used to run cows on what is now Creekside Meadows phases 1 and 2. He would irrigate that land periodically. And when he irrigated his pastures, I live downslope from this, and I've got a little shallow well in my yard that was built years ago. And I could watch groundwater rise. If he irrigated for maybe 3 or 4 days, the groundwater come up to 2 to 3 feet from the surface. If he irrigated for a week, it would sometimes come up to maybe 1 or 2 feet from the surface, pretty shallow. Once Creekside Meadows was developed, groundwater has rarely come up less than 4 feet in that well next to my house. It just, the source of groundwater has been taken away because Arlo was no longer irrigating. My point here is that development of the subdivision is not necessarily a source of groundwater impact on an adjacent property. So what the major contributor to shallow groundwater in Creekside Meadows and the homeowners that have water in their crawl space, what's contributing to that is the seasonal rise in groundwater coming down Burnt Fork, plus the irrigation practices of ranchers and farmers that are upslope from Creekside Meadows. Our subdivision, which, and if you look at groundwater flow in the valley, the Burnt Fork Valley, it's roughly from east southeast to west northwest, following the path of the creeks of like North Swamp Creek right here. Our subdivision then is not going to be contributing the substantial amount that the residents of Creekside are concerned about. And I'll let Andy talk a little bit later on about our drainage plans. One thing that Ralph and Dwight Hooley wanted us to look into, and we, early on in the process, we looked into burying a pipe in the ground, a perforated pipe that would collect some of the groundwater. We didn't go too deep into the design, but looked into the idea of piping that water around and contributing it to the supply ditch. An important part of this was that the supply ditch board would need our agreement. When we met with the supply ditch board, however, they said in the summer, that's great if you want to add to our water in the ditch. In the winter, not so much, because we don't want water going into the ditch, freezing and creating a problem for us to maintain. So we had to give up that idea. Fortunately, we have a plan that's going to adequately address the drainage issues within our proposed subdivision. So,
Grade 2, no crawl spaces or basements.
yeah, okay. The other aspect of this that's important is the town told us early on, and if you look at the conditions of approval, they've stated that all of our houses have to be on concrete slabs. They cannot have crawl spaces because of the shallow groundwater issue. So the need for a solution here is not because of what we're proposing to develop. It's trying to alleviate a currently existing problem with the Creekside folks, and we would hope to be able to do that with our drainage design. We believe that our subdivision will not have an impact on their groundwater concerns. The final thing, the Logan Lane traffic hazard. What was explained to us by the committee was there's traffic, higher speed traffic using the Logan Lane bypass to Stevensville. In the morning coming south on East Side Highway, zipping through the intersection at Logan Lane, and where East Side Highway has a 60-mile-an-hour speed limit, they've stated that the residents have said that people don't slow down when they come down Logan Lane, but breeze on by, creating a traffic hazard. And then in the evening, they come back going the other way, and once again are at higher speed than they need to be, according to what they've told us. There are two things that we are proposing in our subdivision application to address this issue. One is in the traffic study done by our traffic engineer. He's suggested a redesign of this intersection of East Side Highway with Logan Lane, so that instead of two intersections, it would be combined into a single intersection. What this means is that traffic coming south on East Side Highway would need to pull into a turn lane at the corner here, slow down, and by the time they turn and come down Logan Lane, they've stopped and recognized they're on a different roadway, and will likely have to abide by the speed limit more appropriately. A second thing, let me back up a bit. So in that solution that our traffic engineer has proposed, that's a long-term future proposal. It would involve the Montana Department of Transportation and of course the County Road Department to work toward a solution at redesigning that intersection. That's a long-term process. What we have proposed from our subdivision and what's incorporated into the conditions of approval is that we would be contributing $200 per lot each time we file a subdivision plat toward a fund that, if it meets the requirements of the county and MDT, could potentially be used for improving that intersection. Our second solution to that traffic issue, though, is more current. We're proposing one of these flashing speed reading signs that you've seen around town now. I think my favorite one is when you come into the north of Corvallis, where you're going 55 or 60, the flashing light tells you you've got to slow down. That type of a flashing sign is really something that can help address that issue of traffic going too fast past the intersection at Creekside Meadows.
One other small bullet to that while we're talking about that is the traffic impact study that was done. He also looked at the speeds, and I'm not a traffic engineer specifically, but we asked him to do a speed study on Logan, and his findings were that cars were traveling at a rate that would be anticipated of a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. So he did not find a situation where he found it was warranted that they weren't traveling generally at the posted speed. So there was complaints about excessive speed, but the traffic study did not indicate that necessarily to be the findings of the traffic study.
Okay, so let me get into some more specifics of what our proposal is. The single family portion of our proposed subdivision development is intended to extend the same pattern of residential development that exists in Creekside Meadows Phase 1. A couple of things to point out here. Our road section is the same as what was installed in Creekside Phase 1. It's a wide, 40-foot wide roadway, boulevard sidewalks on either side, street lights that we intend to have Montana Power install street lights that are similar to the ones that exist in Creekside Meadows. So when you pass from Creekside into Burnt Fork Estates, you're going to see the same streetscape. Building setbacks are 25 feet in both Creekside and Burnt Fork Estates. And so there's a continuity here that we would like to continue through the development. One difference is that the post office and the town of Stevensville are requiring clustered mailboxes rather than individual mailboxes that are in the covenants of Creekside Meadows. Densities have been brought up previously, and so I'd like to compare relative densities. Creekside Meadows, both phases of Creekside Meadows, if you take them in the big picture, you count the entire area, which is lots, streets, park, common area. their overall density is approximately 2 units to the acre. What we're proposing similarly in the R1 portion of our subdivision is 2.6 dwelling units per acre. If we go around Stevensville and compare other developments, comparative densities, Twin Creeks is 3 dwelling units per acre. If you go down into town, on 6th, 7th, and 8th in the Dayton phases of development, they're 3.3 units per acre. The Blakesley subdivision, which is on the west side, Central and Riverside Streets, is 3.62 units to the acre. Peterson subdivision, right in the middle of things here on Spring and Peterson Place, is 3.44 units per acre. Winslet Addition, adjacent to East Side Highway, is 3.96 units per acre. So we believe that what the pattern of development that we're proposing is very similar to the relative lower density and the continuation of the pattern that's in Creekside Meadows. I was asked by the folks on the committee and some other folks to draw comparisons between the covenants that we're proposing for Burnt Fork Estates and the covenants that are in Creekside Meadows. There are striking similarities here in the two. Architectural control is very strong with committees reviewing all building, landscaping, outbuildings and such. They look for an architectural diversity, so the front facades of the buildings in both Creekside and in Burnt Fork Estates would require treatments such as stone, brick, or whatever for a portion of the front, so it's not a solid facade of siding on the house. And so all of those things are required to be reviewed by the architectural review committees. In addition, the minimum square footage footprint for houses in Creekside is 1,500 square feet, and likewise in Burnt Fork Estates, it's 1,500 square feet. The slight differences are fences, where in Creekside Meadows, fences are required to be behind the back corner of the houses. In ours, we're allowing those to come forward of that. We think it makes more sense, especially on corner lots, where if you just have the back corner of the house, you have no yard in the rear that can be fenced. So essentially, our proposed covenants are meeting the same level of strictness that the Creekside Meadows covenants have established. If I could switch over to our plats. Okay, so an important part of tying the design together is what we've proposed in our common areas or parks. There are 3 different designs of parks. As I mentioned before, the low intensity one adjacent to Creekside Meadows, which includes a walking trail. In the middle of our multifamily development, we've got a more intensive common area with picnic tables. Probably eventually there would be swing sets and such, because it's an area that we expect will be heavily used. Let me navigate down to our park plan here. Okay. And the third park we're proposing is a dog park that is between the multifamily and the commercial portion of the subdivision. The dog park we would have with native grasses, occasionally mowed. It would be fenced with a 42-foot no-climb wire and wood posts, deer-friendly top rail. It would have gates where a path coming from the north and extending south into the commercial development. At each of these entrances, there would be double gates where somebody wanting to enter with their dog could go through a gate without disrupting the dogs that are already in the park.
Hey, John, can I interrupt you for just a second?
Sure.
Are you trying to show us a different screen, or are we still supposed to be on slide 7 of your PowerPoint?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me
Felt like
go
maybe
back here.
I didn't see your cursor, and so I'm thinking you're pointing at things the rest of us can't see.
Yes. How do I get back to that multi-screen?
We'll go up onto the.
Oh, okay.
What do you guys see?
We still see the PowerPoint,
Okay.
Norfolk Estates PowerPoint.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
To get to this.
go back to your Zoom call, I think.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have the IT department here, so bear with us. You sure don't have it with John driving, that's for sure.
Let's see.
We have to unpause maybe. Try a stop share, John, and just do a new share or something. Stop that share.
Okay.
Let's try a new share.
We'll try a new share.
We wore out that share.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
gotta find.
There it is.
And then
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's the park plan sheet of our preliminary plat.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me know I didn't have it up right. So the dog park then is the one that will make a break between the commercial and the multifamily. There's a pathway connection coming through the multifamily development, and this is following the old water line that I pointed out in that earlier slide. And that will continue then over, that pathway would continue over into the commercial development. And each side of this would have a double gate, like I said. We'd have a pet waste bag dispenser and a bin along with that. Something else that you may not have seen on previous plats, and we did in response to the road department saying that there's a pathway coming up Middle Burnt Fork Road, and that Stevensville's growth policy called for a pathway looping around all the way up Middle Burnt Fork Road, across Logan Lane, and back down East Side Highway into town. An extremely ambitious pathway. What we looked at, instead of having that pathway follow along the County Logan Lane Road, we looked at connecting it with our interior pathways and coming along on our side of the property line of Logan Lane, along through an easement that would be fenced off of the, not included in the dog park, but have a separate pathway coming down and then coming back on and connecting with our sidewalk within the subdivision. This sidewalk then potentially could follow through, connect with sidewalks in Creekside Meadows and allow a loop pathway to come back down into Stevensville, coming through the gate in my front yard probably. And the initial comment that we had from the road department was that they thought this was appropriate rather than a separate pathway along Logan Lane. And we move on to the second park. This is the middle park, the most probably heavily used park that we expect the kids and families to congregate around. It'll be, we're proposing a bluegrass lawn mix irrigation system. It'll be mowed and maintained regularly by the Burnt Fork Estates Homeowner Association. We're proposing to build 2 post and beam pavilions on concrete pads with picnic tables and barbecues, and probably park benches. In the future, there may be other improvements into this common area that the homeowners find that they would like to place there. And then finally, this northern trail park adjacent to Creekside Meadows with an improved trail circulating through the park and with sidewalks along adjacent roads. We feel that the recreational needs of the folks within this subdivision are extremely important. And we think that even with the sharing of this northern common area park, we're going to have a well laid out response to the recreational needs of the folks in the subdivision. I'd like to briefly talk about our proposal to rezone the southern portion of the subdivision into commercial lots. The C2 limited commercial district that we're proposing there was initially intended for a transition between the Main Street commercial uses in Stevensville and the residential neighborhoods on the other side. So this is a type of district that, while it has some commercial uses proposed, is designed to be compatible with adjacent residential uses. And I'd like to just briefly list that. I don't know how many of you have gone through and looked through the tables in the ordinances that identify what uses are allowed within the C2 commercial. When we talked to Ralph and Dwight Hooley, the initial concept was, possibly offices, professional offices, possibly mini mall type of situation where there would be a number of offices in a strip of the commercial use. And those uses are essentially allowed within the C2 limited commercial district. What it also allows is a full range of residential uses, even more uses than the R1 and R2 districts allow. It lists business services, finance, insurance, real estate, personal services such as a barber shop or a beauty shop, professional services. And this is the direction that we feel is the most appropriate for this area. So we thought that the C2 district was a perfect fit for what we were looking for. In addition, have been talking to Mr. Motley, the fire chief, about deeding lot C12 to the city for use for a fire station. And he felt that that was a good concept because of growth that's happening toward the east side of Stevensville. This would be an advantage for them to be able to serve folks out this direction. So that's incorporated into our proposal and is also included in one of the conditions of approval. So all in all, a low impact commercial block at the intersection of Middleburn Fork and Logan Lane, we think is extremely appropriate and something that I think could be an advantage for the town. That's a longer overview than I intended to spend, but essentially that's the outline of our proposal. There are 7 phases. We, from our previous subdivision submittal, we broke phase 1 into phases 1 and 2. And so there are 7 instead of what's mentioned in the staff report of 6 phases. We also looked at a pathway connection, which is another common area over toward the school district. The feedback that we've got from the school district is that they don't have any near future plans on a pathway connection over to this direction, but their plans are fluid, and at some point in the future, they may see this as a connection that they could take advantage of. So we're proposing to provide an easement for that pathway, but not build the pathway because it would essentially encourage people to go down a path that then would not have a connection on the school property. That's a brief overview, and if Andy would like to provide an explanation of our infrastructure plans or water, sewer, streets that may assist you, I'll let him do that.
Well, I won't take very much of your time, but I'm sure we'll have questions and we can get into that and break up the monotony here. I don't know if I've got an illustration. Effectively, I guess starting with streets, one of the things we did is we hired a geotech. We dug probably 20 to 30 test pits in the road sections to verify street section design. So we did not utilize the traditional Bitterroot 842 section, but we've had these sections designed. We found some much more silty soils on this southern reach. So we have a different section, I believe, in the commercial. But it's the typical street section compliant with the Town of Stevensville code. Wide streets, curb and gutter, sidewalk, boulevard. I believe it was boulevard. Oops. It's been a while since I've been into this. Yes, boulevard sidewalks you can see on here. Looks like a 40-foot back of curb to back of curb street, 5-foot boulevards, and 4-foot concrete sidewalks along both sides. So that's the general street section. Water and sewer would be served with water and sewer main extensions. Town of Stevensville reviewed and approved, and DEQ approved. Same with the sewer collection. It would be all gravity sewer collection. At some point, we were going to reach a capacity of the booster station that was installed. So I believe it's got about 60 more available connections before it hits its design capacity. Would need to be upgraded, and that's a condition you'll see in the approval or recommendation for approval. And drainage is dealt with by collecting mostly, we would try to keep driveways and things sloping towards streets, carrying water in curbs and dropping it into pre-treatment curb boxes. And then, as John mentioned earlier, there are catch points that was designed and laid out for the original Creekside to receive all the drainage from this section of what was Creekside phases 3 through 5. All these street stubs have connection points for a stormwater collection system. And so we would be providing pre-treatment. Some of these common areas would be repressed for detention to release at pre-development rates and then be discharging to the collection system and the discharge that will goes through Creekside phase 1. So that's a super broad overview of streets, water, sewer, drainage. A lot of the other things John's mentioned about constraints or concerns about construction and high groundwater with the slabs. So I'm not sure if there's any other slides here. That's the road plan. It moves slowly. It does move slowly. Phasing plan. And that's a plat. That's it. So I think with that, would be good if maybe Bill had any commentary to add to it and maybe some public comment and questions. I'll stop sharing our screen here. Okay.
Okay, I think this is a good time to take a 5-minute break and let people get a drink or a bio break. So we will go ahead and recess for 5 minutes and reconvene at 7:45. And we'll start with some board questions and public comment. I shut off my video. Stop. All right, are we ready to reconvene? All right, are there any board questions for the developer?
Yes, I have one quick one.
Okay, Dan?
I have a question about the roads in the proposed subdivision, jurisdiction of those roads. I assume they're going to be town maintained and repaired.
So if that's a question to the developer, that would be our desire. That is a desire we've expressed all along, that the roads, the water, the sewer, the storm drainage system within the right of way would be town owned, operated, and maintained. We talked about that through the process of review with the town and HDR. A condition, actually, I think it was condition 13, as I recall, has a little different structure. And so once we get into those conditions, there's 2 or 3 condition amendments we would like to discuss. And that is certainly one of them. We don't have interest. We don't think it's appropriate for the homeowners association to be operating and maintaining the streets, waters, and sewer and storm drainage systems within the.
And what's the creek side situation? Are those roads town
Yes,
roads?
yes,
Okay.
those are owned and maintained by the town.
Okay, thank you.
Megan?
I have a question, Andy.
Go for it.
Megan, go ahead.
A couple of quick questions. It looks like since the last time we reviewed this, the Hooley Street used to be called Phillips Street, and looks like it was planned for an attach through towards town. Something changed
Yeah, we thought that was a good idea.
Sounds
For
like it.
continuity and things. And after talking to the school, there was a pretty strong opinion that they did not see that. So we ixnayed that and got rid of it. And the street naming, I think, then made sense since it wasn't an extension or had the potential of Phillips. It needed a new name. And we could be open to names if that was a problem.
I
there.
should,
And I don't know.
I should mention that these road names have not been vetted through the county GIS department, and that's probably a step that will happen or would happen if we're approved
Sure.
in that second or third phase that I talked about.
Yeah, the question wasn't about the name, just more about that connection through.
Yeah.
Okay, what about, and this I think will definitely come up as we start getting into public comment, but what can you tell me about retention ponds and in the common area with the pathways?
Yeah, so whenever we have the pasture land and then we add asphalt, we add rooftops, we add driveways, that runs off faster, of course, than it does on the natural pasture grasses, which is a different rate than, finished Kentucky bluegrass lawn. So they all have these runoff coefficients. One of the requirements we have in DEQ is that we retain a certain amount of water for that first 10 minutes or some. There's a short interval we have to detain that water. And then we have to release at the pre-development rate. So those are storage ponds that ultimately drain out, but they are designed to be throttled or control the water so that we don't hit that downgradient collection system with a surge of water that it can't handle and be boiling up out of the street or something. So they're detention ponds to detain the water, to release the water at an anticipated rate that was pre-development.
Any examples in the area of this? Any concerns about mosquito infestation, lack of maintenance, weeds?
Yeah, well, as that goes, I'm not sure. I mean, we use them a lot in the valley, in the Bitterroot and Missoula. They're used extensively.
Okay.
In those soils down there, they're very free draining soils and things of that nature. So I don't think they're going to be situations that would be detaining water. That's certainly not our intention, that they're sitting there pooling, holding standing water at all. So if we have to put a curtain drain or a French drain to ultimately drain those out, we would certainly do that. We don't want them to be detaining water. As far as maintenance of them, that one to the north was kind of a native vegetation, was our intention, to not be irrigating a bunch of acre of just Kentucky bluegrass. It was more meant to be a native area, provide some contour relief for, aesthetics, a little kind of, I think we talked about even like a DG type trail. I'm not sure if that was pavement or DG.
Gravel.
Decomposed granite.
And
Yeah.
And adding maybe a FOF disc or something out there for some interest, but
Ooh, that'll really get the neighbors.
yeah. We can put rubber on the chains or something, I guess, if we need to. But, and then as far as maintenance, it was, I think we had some note in there about, seasonal mowing, spraying, weed pulling, that sort of thing for control of vegetation.
Okay. Let's see. I have a lot of questions, but I'm not sure where or when. Greg, any guidance on whether I should keep going in questions or we want to do community?
Let's go ahead and get your questions out, even if the answers are brief and we can delve into deeper answers.
I'll try to make them. Yeah. Okay. So in the packet that we got, we had the little tiny map that showed the different zoning. Did we ever get, and sorry if I missed it, but you just showed on the screen the larger plat map with more detail. Did we get a copy of any of that? We did. Which pile was that in?
I got
One you
mine.
just got.
You
Sorry?
mean like,
Show off. Yeah, kind of like that. You just got it. Okay. So that answers that question.
Megan, we have a print off of the whole binder.
Okay.
That was provided by PCI. We have one for every zoning board member who wanted one. And it was later this summer where we asked board members if they wanted one, swing by and grab
Yeah.
it. So
Okay.
it has large format maps in it for you. So
Ah.
if you want to swing by the office and pick one up, you're welcome to.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Megan, I can drop that off on my way by tonight if you want me to.
No, Greg, I'm good. Thanks. Okay. Question on the traffic study that you had done. Did he say the guy looking at it say anything about the width of Logan Lane and how incredibly narrow it is? And your comment about the pathway there was super encouraging because that was one of my big questions. Because as somebody who runs there quite a bit, I actually ran down Logan Lane once just to see, and it was like death-defying. I'll never do it again. That was it's horrible. So I run on Burt Fork, which is awesome. And I know that there's a ton of concerns with Stevensville residents as far as Logan Lane, both the two intersections, the one you addressed, John, as well as the one on the Burnt Fork side, but also just the width of that street. And I know this is getting into county issues, but curious.
Yeah. The only thing I'm looking here quickly, I think the only thing he noted about it was kind of just the facts. It's a road, it's asphalt, it's this wide. There was no distinction specifically about, he never comes out and says the road's too narrow. So I think that comes back to what is a county standard road or what should it be and where are we in that spectrum and are we there or not? And, the
Yeah,
bigger picture.
that'd be a
there.
good question.
I think he
Do
knows.
we know if we're there or not?
22 to 24 foot wide road, which is, minimally wide for two-way
Yeah.
traffic, 10
Yeah,
to
that's
12 foot
very-
lanes. So
Minimal,
it's
Yeah,
wide
there's
enough,
no
but not
shoulder,
wide enough
like-
for a lot of extra.
like no shoulder.
Right,
Yeah.
no shoulder, and it's elevated, so it's drop off.
It is, yes. One of the other big questions I had was about pathways, which you did address. And you mentioned maybe decomposed granite and the pathway. And this was going to be one of my big questions. Do this C2 zoning. It seemed just completely isolated from the residential component. And curious why a street doesn't go through there. I'm sure you have a good reason for that. But now I see that you do have a pathway, so that kind of answers that. But why no road connection between the C2 and R2?
I think we played with that. And we've had a number of iterations of this plat. Maybe it was, and I'm not sure ultimately the incompelling reason. We actually had some provision in the commercial. I think on that plat, you'll see a platted public access and utility easement where it could be a through possibly on Logan if that was desired. But that was a number of consultations with the fire department, about their access in and out of there. I don't think we really wanted mixing streams of the commercial and the residential. So we sort of wanted separation. So I think it was largely by design that we did not want to intermix those. methods, which also then potentially eliminates that, concern we heard about Creekside. If that connection's there, theoretically, a guy in the commercial could hop out and maybe drive through Creekside Meadows, and pop out that north entrance. So that creates another separation.
I suppose the alternative argument would be anyone from this or Creekside wanting to go to a theoretical commercial place that's theoretically there to serve them. They have to go onto Logan Lane, onto Burnt Fork Lane, and back in.
Or through the dog park.
Or they're not going to walk. Okay, well, good luck. Okay, if you did in the proposed C2, and maybe this is just standard from our regulations, but is there anything different in terms of height restrictions, hour of operation, noise levels?
There's some specific notes in the town code about noise and limitation of noise within allowable uses within the.
So nothing outside of the standard
Yeah,
count?
we were just accepting the standard C2 zoning. We weren't
Correct,
proposing
yeah.
any modifications to it.
No, yeah.
Got it. So I think the other questions that I have will we'll just wait for the public comment, because I'm definitely curious to get some good clarification on some of the things that there's some obvious points we see that you obviously heard already, concerns from the public. And I'm reading things in the emails from the public that seem to be contradictory to what you said. So I'm just trying to figure out what the reality is. I guess I'll wait to get that.
And I guess what we anticipated was as those questions come up, we can respond to them. It's been frustrating not being able to respond to them
I'm
over the
sure.
last 4 months or 5 months or whatever. Yep.
So I'm going to shut up now and let somebody else talk. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. I heard somebody else had a question.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. One of them was answered already about retention ponds. So I guess what you're saying, Andy, is that you're looking at no more than 10 or 15 minutes of water being retained in that north common area at a time before it's released, even in a 100-year, because part of your study was showing a 24-hour 100-year event, and making sure that you don't that there's a possibility that you'll overrun the streets but never overrun any property.
Yeah, I'll clarify a point. That DEQs came out with some revisions, and the storm drainage rules are always modified and morphing over the time frame, and getting typically more and more stringent all the time. But they've added a new requirement that you detain, and honestly, I don't know it off the top of my head. It's some minutes. It's the first 10 minutes of any event has to be retained. You can't just dump it. It can't run off. But we also will use those ponds. They're a storage system that, will store that, because we get increased runoff from certain areas. And so to release at the pre-development rate, you back up or you detain water in those basins for periods of time until they get discharged. But those periods of time you look at over a hydrograph are periods of time that we're talking about, minutes, hours, not days, weeks. I mean, that's the kind of time frame we're talking about.
And of course, the depth of that isn't going to be an issue when we get into that period of time where we're getting into high groundwater. We're not going to be more than 2 foot or 2 foot below or 4 foot below the common ground level elevation.
Yeah, we did some monitoring to figure out what that elevation was in there. And we have that, and that'll be part of that kind of final design. We'll be looking at that elevation of the groundwater. And some of those detention ponds could potentially be berming to generate the ponds as well, to create that detention if they got too deep. But typically they're shallow ponds. We don't want anything in there like 8 and 10 foot deep ponds. They're a foot, 2 foot, 3 foot. I do think one of the plans showed up one up to 4, but we'll have to get into the final to figure out the exact volumes we're looking for. And those figures can change and morph to create volumes and adjust depths, but we don't want deep retention ponds and holding water for long periods of time.
I will.
Andy,
the other thing I'll say is I'll just make a quick comment here that in my experience with transportation in Ravalli County, I know that the county has tried more than once to get a grant to improve Logan Lane, especially from East Side Highway to Middle Burnt Fork, and have not had a lot of success. And I think that this will certainly give more footing to allow a grant to do some major improvements on that roadway, because the county knows that it's a substandard road. It does need substantial improvements. They just haven't been able to get the funding to do it.
That comment actually has come up a couple of times, and we mentioned that to some degree, the more squeaky wheels we get, I think helps maybe channel that energy and stuff. And the other thing, just a brief touch on that, and it's a condition of proposed approval, is that this property would be waiving its right for any future SID. If there was an SID imposed, we've suggested and recommended that a condition be imposed that they would waive the right to protest an SID if that method was used. You know, if it's grant or funded through the general fund or whatever, of course, then it wouldn't be imposed. But if we're not adverse to an SID, if that's what happened.
Bill, did you have some questions?
No, I just want to clarify that DEQ requires that you retain the first half inch of runoff in a storm. So Andy, you were searching for that number. It's the first half inch of runoff.
Thank you. I knew it was some numeric. I just had the wrong deal. Not time, inches, not time.
Any other board member questions? I guess I have one, and you have to excuse me because the subdivision practice I work with is at the county level, and we do things a little differently. One is about the fact that you have no preliminary approach permits from, in fact, you have a denial from the Ravalli County Road and Bridge Department for the approach off of Middle Burnt Fork. And if that continues to be denied, if they can't be worked out, it would seem to me that's going to be a material modification, which would start a whole new process. And at least at the county level, if you don't have a preliminary approach permit, we deem the application insufficient and send it back till that is rectified. And I don't know how we handle that here, because I sure don't want to go through this all again, because you can't get the approach permit and you have to reconfigure your subdivision, and we have a material modification. Well,
we understand that. Based on the timing of this project and other things, we haven't pursued those denials that were submitted. One sort of a denial, and the other was a denial come to the commissioners. The other one was provide some additional information. So there are actually the two approach permits that were submitted. They're sort of in different states, as I understand. And there is definitely a difference in process in the county versus the city here. And so, we recognize that. And that's one of the reasons we are fine and suggested a condition that, the appropriate jurisdiction would need to issue subsequent approach permits, obviously, to make them valid. And if those ultimately are not obtained, then you're right. If it was deemed a substantial modification, it would enforce us to potentially go back, I suppose, as far as the planning board, absolutely, and potentially start again. That is a possibility.
Maybe in the way of clarification, the denial was based on the fact that our approach was less than 600 feet from the intersection of Logan Lane and Middle Burnt Fork Road. We felt that, I think we're at 500, and I forget exactly.
The denial says 550, and there's some things that have changed. We've moved it as far as we can to retain it on our property. There was a booster station that was installed that changed that original approach. If we go way back in time, we actually had an approach permit from the county for Creekside phase 3, 4, and 5 to connect to that. And that approach permit was pulled because of a concern about being 300 feet or so from that intersection. And so ultimately, yeah, it's going to take some discussion with the Road and Bridge Department, potentially as it stands right now, if that's the jurisdiction. And, if it continues down that trajectory, it's going to the commissioners with an appeal, I think, is appeal process to see about granting that permit.
And we kind of felt in the way of design that if we had to meet that 600-foot minimum, it would substantially change the buildability of a number of lots within our commercial area and may even require us to get some approval from an adjacent landowner, I guess, if we snugged it up way against the western boundary of that 10-acre portion of the subdivision. So I guess our sense was that we feel the location is good and it's safe, and we feel that we can make a good pitch to ultimately to yourself and the other commissioners.
Well, I bring it up because I know in a previous subdivision litigation against the county, that was one of the issues that we lost on, was that the subdivision, the approaches, the information had changed, and the citizens didn't get another bite at the apple to weigh in on those, the impacts and those changes. And we want to make sure, at least I want to make sure, that the public has that opportunity. And that's why, again, in Ravalli County, we deem that insufficient and send you back to fill in those blanks so that we have a clean process. So we can discuss that with the board later down the road. The other question I wanted to have is, or kind of just bring up for food for thought, is that we talked about, or you mentioned your traffic impact analysis or study that was performed, identifying impacts on the intersection of East Side Highway and Logan Lane. We, I believe, are required to mitigate identified impacts or substantially mitigate identified impacts. And we haven't really we've identified there's an impact there. We haven't identified a cost or a cost share to the development based on its percentage of impact, forcing the new change, the new expansion. The $200 a lot works out to, I can't remember, somewhere in the mid 20,000 range. And I'm not a road expert, but I guarantee you there's nothing going to happen on that intersection we're going to get done for.
I guess one comment to that, and I want to clarify, and I heard John when he mentioned that, and I was almost going to chime in at that point, because the way it was worded, I don't think was quite appropriate, honestly. I don't think our traffic impact study recommends that this project creates a need for that intersection redesign. We heard complaints from the neighbors that there's already an existing problem, and we heard there's an issue there today. He just said on the back of a napkin, he looked at it and said, there's a lot of ways to fix this. It might be a roundabout. It might be other ways. He provided a potential option that says this may be an option down the road. But I think, and if we could clarify that with him, I think he falls short of saying this is a necessary element of our subdivision. I do not think he goes that far.
Well, in his executive summary, and I quote, the intersection of East Side Highway and Logan Lane currently warrants the installation of a southbound left turn lane based on MDT road design standards. The intersection should be reconfigured to a single point approach or roundabout to meet current roadway and intersection design standards. The developer should work with MDT to develop plans and reconstruct this intersection, including appropriate left lane turn treatments.
And I guess I could reread that again or hear what you said, but he's saying that's a problem right now today without this subdivision.
I'm not going to argue that with you.
So, I think, and that's where I think our proposal to help mitigate that is when that time is appropriate. That's why we propose money to be contributed, waiving of an SID. But we think that's a communal problem, not a problem as a result of this subdivision. His survey of level of service, the safety of that, he's not found that this subdivision is a direct warrant of that existing communal need.
Okay. Any other board questions? Okay, I'd like to let Janelle bring for the record and enter into the record all of the email communications the board has received and on this subdivision. Janelle, are you ready to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm going to read the name and the date that it was received in my email box.
Great.
Gabe Charbonneau, December 29th, 2020. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 1st, 2021. Marilyn Wolf, January 1st, 2021. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 1st, 2021. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 1st, 2021. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 2nd, 2021. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 2nd, 2021. Marilyn Wolf, January 4th, 2021. A public comment that came just via a text message, and it was sent on January 4th, 2021.
Is it the phone number?
It's the phone number one, yes.
Can you read the phone number?
Yes. Phone number was 406-239-1413. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 4th, 2021. Robin Johnston, January 4th, 2021. Tony Norman, January 4th, 2021. George Lundwall, January 4th, 2021. John Croft, January 4th, 2021. Walter McCrum, January 4th, 2021. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 4th, 2021. Mark Bickish, January 4th, 2021. Lori Green, January 4th, 2021. Susan Turner, January 4th, 2021. Wallace Whitney, January 5th, 2021. Leonard and Karen Johnson, January 5th, 2021. Steve Gibson, January 5th, 2021. Nancy, and I'm going to spell the last name, Kopszywa, January 5th, 2021. Nancy, same last name, Kopszywa, January 5th, 2021. Julie Bachman, January 5th, 2021. Peggy Pope, January 5th, 2021. Al and Donna Mello, January 6th, 2021. James Cruz, January 6th, 2021. Jim and Marcia Kalkofen, January 6th, 2021. Jim Sayer, January 6th, 2021. Charles and Sandra Russ, January 6th, 2021. And John Kraft, January 6th, 2021. Excuse me, John Croft, January 6th, 2021.
Thanks, Janelle. And I will point out to members of the public that Janelle's been forwarding all of these to the members of the Planning and Zoning Board. And we've all had the opportunity, I hope, to have read them and consider them. So at this point, we will go ahead and open public comment. I would like to ask that the public comment, in order to get through it, and we may not get through all of it tonight, but the public comment, if someone states your point before you get your opportunity, you can, recognize the point, but you may not have to spend as much time explaining it unless you have some different information. Brandon, you look like you have something to say.
Sorry, well, I do, not to you. I'm talking to Janelle. I'm just showing her where to put them on we're gonna put those public comments on the website right now, so that folks can go in and review those online. So I was just showing Janelle where those needed to go. In terms of the phone public comment, if you're on the phone, I believe it's *9 to raise your hand. Once your hand is raised, I'll read out the last 4 digits of your phone number, and you'll be unmuted.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take public comment at this time.
Okay.
Is there any public comment?
No hands are raised at this time, Greg. Let me just do a double scroll here. Again, those on the phone, that's *9 to raise your hand. Oh, we have one. Hang on here, let me get the screen so I can actually see the buttons. Okay, we've got a couple of hands here, so we'll, usually it throws them up at me in the order we received them. Okay, we'll start with the, sorry, my screen's not letting me see. Last 4 digits of the phone number are 9701. Those who are giving comment, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address for the record, that'd be helpful for when the minutes are typed. I'll ask that person to unmute.
Go ahead.
Hi there. Hi there. My name's Lori Green at 302 Aspen Trail.
Good evening, Lori.
Hi. Couple concerns is a walkway and the retention walking area is my side yard and my backyard, and I would want a fence built, not chain link to look at, and I'd want the developer to pay for that. A wood fence.
Okay, anything else?
Is there any way we can have the road stopped so it doesn't go past my driveway so I don't have to have all the cars go through? And why is the development so large instead of much smaller? And who's going to pay for all these improvements? Is it going to be county bonds that we all have to pay for new school development instead of the developer through assessments on the development like they have in California, that anyone who goes in, you have to pay a 30-year bond for all the development costs for schools and infrastructure, fire department, police, and all that, so our taxes don't go up as citizens.
So I'm just trying to understand, you're asking about mitigating the impact, the financial impacts on infrastructure and services?
Yes, yes. Because if you put in this huge LA County stupid subdivision, who's going to pay for all the new school developments other than having to pass bonds that every resident here in the city will have to pay, which means a higher tax rate, which is already too stupid high. The developer should have to pay all that through bonds, who sells the lot, not the citizens of this town of Stevensville, who can't afford it as it is.
Any other comments, Lori?
I just totally disagree with this entire development. It's mass growth that we do not need in this city.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Brandon, next is,
Next, we have phone number ending in 5676. All right, go ahead with your comment.
Okay, good evening. My name is Jim Kalkofen. You heard Janelle read my name several times because I have many concerns, but in this particular time, I will address just one situation, and that's the town's water capacity situation in relation to the subdivision under review. The town's water capacity is not adequate to handle the Burnt Fork Estates subdivision. Additionally, the land proposed for this monstrosity does not have water rights. My comments are aimed at water capacity issues solely. The town's HDR engineering report and evaluation of this subdivision proposal on page 13 states, quote, all off-site water and wastewater improvements related to the need to increase system capacity as a result of this project shall be the responsibility of the developer. The growth policy from 2016 addresses this issue and states an additional 255 water connections would bring Stevensville's water system to capacity, quote. It is critical, in my estimation, that the Planning and Zoning Board examine all connections in totality, not just looking at projects like Burnt Fork Estate as standalone events. These numbers will help explain my concerns. 220 family units in Burnt Fork Estates, 46 new homes in Steveye from 2017 to 2020, 4 new commercial enterprises in Steveye from 2017 to 2020, 16 apartment units being built near Ace Hardware, 16, and add this number because the new extremely efficient laundromat in downtown Steveye uses the water equivalent of 16 average homes monthly, 16 commercial businesses in Burnt Fork Estates for their commercial rezoning request, and 40 to 50 new homes in the build-out of Twin Creek subdivision, which is planned soon. The growth policy also states an additional 255 wastewater connections exceeds the current capacity of Stevensville's wastewater treatment system. There have been no wastewater capacity increases or additions since the 2016 policy was approved. Whatever the cost to treat 40% more families, this amount must be collected in advance from the developers, as the HDR engineering report says. A promise or a condition is not enough. Money talks and must be in an account in advance. Remember, this is assuming that Burnt Fork Estates would ever acquire water rights to hook up to town water. It currently does not have those rights. There are so many issues that must be resolved prior to even entertaining this application. I urge the board to demand first things first. Demand the application is successfully completed, then take it under consideration. But keep in mind that water rights are a first step. Water capacity and wastewater treatment facilities must be addressed because they will be exceeded. Insist on money in the bank from the developers prior to moving ahead with this proposal. Again, thank you. My name is Jim Kalkofen, and I remain available to discuss this and many other issues in person or in writing with the board. Are there any questions?
Jim, I think this is your opportunity to raise your concerns, and that's what we're here for, is to listen to your concerns. So if you have other concerns, I think now is a good time. And I
I
have
have
emails, but
well, if I was to comment on one concern, it's the shady dealings that have been done with the HDR report. There was an official HDR engineering report, and then it was sanitized by somebody on the staff, and that's the one you've seen with 24 conditions. The original HDR had 30 conditions. It was an official HDR engineering report, and then it was. Somebody commented, but I couldn't hear it.
No, you can tell. I can't hear it.
Jimmy, you still there?
I am.
Okay. Do you have more comments?
I have a fair number of comments, but I don't want to take the time from the public. I know you'll have more hearings, and I would recommend, as it said also, that there should be a public hearing held by the Planning and Zoning Board. And I think that that's important concern and a consideration so you can hear from all the people directly.
Are you asking about an in-person meeting, Jim, or a?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would prefer that, yes.
Any other comments, Jim?
Well, there was some discussion by the developers' representatives about the commercial zone. And then they even quoted something from what the C2 limited commercial district means. And I would like to offer this quote for the board members and those listening. And it specifically states Stevensville Code Section 10219, quote, the C2 commercial district is intended to serve as a transitional buffer between residential areas and the more intensely developed downtown area. Small-scale commercial and recreation uses that generate little traffic are allowed, together with a wide range of residential uses. Now, you tell me where 16 units of commercial development would create little traffic. Besides, there's no access permitted onto Middle Burnt Fork from the road administrator. And there's nothing to buffer. Downtown is a mile to the west. You're not buffering anything. So that commercial zone and the buffer is a lame excuse to put something on a corner that does not belong there.
Other comments, Jim?
Well, and I sent this email to all the board members, and I appreciate you reading it. And I tried to keep each email specific to a cause. And just in case you missed it, it's important to realize that the DNRC stated in an August 12th, 2020 email, said, quote, as such, the town of Stevensville cannot legally provide a municipal water supply to an area that is outside of their current service area, quote. Jim Navy, the manager, stated, this, quote, this place of use or service area does not include the area proposed for the Burnt Fork Estates, quote. With no water rights, I think this is dead in the water, and you have it's not fair for what you're doing, taking your time, and 2 hours already tonight to even go further because they have no water rights. And in 2015, when the DNRC terminated the town's water rights proposal to change, nothing has happened. So I'm just seeing that there's so many unknowns and concerns here, and that's just for me, a little simple guy. And I have several other issues, but they will come up at a later time, I'm sure.
Just to follow up with that, Jim, you're talking about the water rights place of use. Is that what you're talking about for the town of Stevensville?
Yes, sir. Yes, according to the, and you know what's interesting? I happen to live in Creekside, and even Jim Navy said Creekside does not have water rights. And of course, we paid to hook up to the town in good faith, and we've been paying the high water bills every month. And so we would like this issue taken care of. I mean, not just for a proposal that's going nowhere because they don't have water rights, but I think it should be taken care of for Creekside. It's for 5 years, going on 6 now, for somebody to be sitting on this. That doesn't speak well for the town's efforts. I see Paul shaking his head. He's probably was on the board at that time. So
I haven't seen the letter from Jim Nave and with Montana DNRC. It's not in our booklet, is it? I guess that's to you, Brandon.
There would not, you mean in the subdivision booklet?
Yeah.
No. I think that the letter Mr. Kalkofen's referencing was sent directly to him.
no, it was not. It was sent to an attorney of record at the time. I will forward that. I see Greg is talking. I don't want to overtalk him.
No, I'm not talking. There must be a lag.
Oh, okay. I will forward a copy of that to all the board members and Janelle, so it's a matter of public record. I'll send that out tomorrow.
I would appreciate that. Thanks, Jim. Do you have any
Sure
other
thing.
public comment?
It's time for a beer for some of us. So I'm going to pass on my public comments right now, but thank you for your time. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate you paying attention to those emails I've submitted.
Thanks for being engaged.
Thank you, Greg.
Brandon, I have a hand on my screen and another hand in a phone box, or maybe that was Jim.
That was Jim. So there's no other hands raised. If you've joined the call and you'd like to provide public comment, please press *9. That'll raise your hand and let us know. There one pops up. Okay. So we'll unmute the phone number ending in 3018. You'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, this is Marilyn Wolf, 300 Aspen Trail, Stevensville. I'm a city resident, and I'd just like to mention that I'm disappointed in the meeting notice. This was something I brought up in the January Planning and Zoning Board of 2020, and those minutes were approved at the at September's meeting, where I asked about the process for Burnt Fork Estates, and we were promised a hearing, and we were promised a 15-day notice in the paper, and we also were to receive our notice if we're within 500 feet of the boundary of Burnt Fork Estates. Now, I got my letter on this meeting, not hearing, 2 days before Christmas. So right in the middle of a holiday, I got that. December 30th was the very first legal notice in the Bitterroot Star. Now, that is 8 days ago. And then a legal notice was in the paper today, the day of this meeting. And I don't understand that. That's not following any process that's laid out in the Stevensville Growth Policy on page 37. It's very disappointing. I don't think a lot of people knew about this. A lot of people don't even know how to use Zoom. A lot of people are elderly in this town. So I think this should be done much better. Are you hearing me, Greg?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anybody? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if I was being heard. I do want to talk about the December 2019 meeting with the Hoolies, with John Kellogg, Andy Moffett. I was at that meeting with a number of residents from Creekside Meadows. I actually taped the meeting, and I did ask permission for that, and then transcribed all the notes of that meeting. And in that meeting, we were asked what we wanted to see. That is correct, what John Kellogg said. However, we made it abundantly clear we wanted no access through Creekside Meadows. We want to stay separate. We are a separate subdivision. I even heard John Kellogg call Burnt Fork Estates Burnt Fork Meadows multiple times tonight, which, I mean, they can't seem to separate. This is it. Phase 1 and phase 2 of Creekside is it. And we are an independent, single-family home subdivision of 60 residents in here. We don't want traffic from Burnt Fork Estates. We want our quiet, our peace and quiet. We have property rights. And we asked for a common area separation from Logan all the way down the boundary with Burnt Fork Estates to the school. Not one big hunk of a common area there that you looked at on the map tonight that has 2 huge retention ponds. One is the size of half of a football field. One is 2 feet deep, one is 4 feet deep. And these are known to harbor, they're great breeding grounds for mosquitoes, algae blooms, they can stink. And there is no emergency runoff pipe or spillway on these. So if they overflow, and they could, I live at the corner of Aspen and Creekside, and even our storm drains will back up, and I have a lake at the corner of my property reaching out into Creekside Drive. And let me tell you, I don't believe that Burnt Fork Estates has legal rights to our stormwater system. You show us where they have the legal rights to that. They maybe think they can, attach to the city's water and sewer, but they cannot attach to our stormwater system. And I'd like to see the legal papers on that. If they can show us that, that's a different story, but I'm not sure that they can. And if they do attach at Syringa and Clover and at Aspen for wastewater runoff, they're going to flood us. They are really going to flood us. I'm telling you right now, we have problems with that. So you better look into that carefully. That's a terrible liability against our community.
Marilyn, can I interrupt
Trying
you
to
for
think.
just a sec?
Sure.
I misheard. There's a bumble in my computer. You said that they can't connect to your which system? Stormwater?
Stormwater.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. I'm not sure what that was. Did I lose you?
Nope, we're still here. Go ahead.
Okay. I think I've pretty much covered, I did say a lot of things in my letter, and I hope you do read my letter, all of you. I really love Stevensville. I think this is just too big of a subdivision, and I'm really worried about the traffic. I'm worried about our small community in comparison to 220 family units next to us. I'm not against the subdivision, but I think it has to be properly designed to fit into the environment here. This is a very small town. We don't have enough taxpayers to pick up and subsidize for this development if they are not putting in enough money in the pot. And I just feel strongly, I hope you all will look at this hard, really. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you.
Mayor, do we have any other raised hands?
Not at this time, no.
We're still taking public comment on the Burnt Fork Estates subdivision proposal. Is there any public comment?
Press *9 to raise your hand and you'll be called on by the last 4 digits of your phone number. As a aside, Greg, I'll just let yourself, the board, and those members of the public watching know that if you go to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting page for tonight's meeting, January 6, 2021, if you look under supporting documents at the bottom of that page where the agenda packet and live stream link are, there's a file there of all the written public comment that Janelle received and has forwarded on to the board. So it's all one document scanned together. You can go through and review the pages of that as you want to. No other hands are raised at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. There we have one.
Nope.
9431.
9431 will unmute you. Please state your name and address for the record. Go ahead.
Hello. Hi, this is Tanya Eckert at 106 College Street. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Number one, I don't really think this is fair to a lot of people who don't have the ability to get on here. It is hard to get on to the Zoom meetings to call in and speak with the group. I tried about 5 times. Anyhow, I finally got through. My other comment is that we are really not a Pack'em and Stack'em community, and that's what this subdivision looks like, is a Pack'em and Stack'em. I think that this subdivision, if it goes through, needs to be downsized a lot, look more like the Creekside Meadows. But this affects a lot of people in this area. So that is my comment. I really think that we need to go with a public meeting on this so more of the residents of Stevensville can attend.
Tanya, by public meeting, you mean a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you. Is there any more public comment? If you're on the phone, you press *9. Is there any more public comment?
I don't see anything come up, sir.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more public comment at this time, we'll close the public comment on Burnt Fork Estates subdivision proposal at 8:45 p.m. And I need to find my agenda. Okay. So board discussion.
I just have a question about whether we have a process to answer these public comments. And again, I'm coming from an agency where we, as you know, have spent thousands of hours responding to public comments. But it might be worthwhile thinking of some kind of process where we can identify the comment and make a response to it. So it ensures that everybody was heard and it clarifies the issue for all of us if there's any questions about it. So that's just my thought. What do you guys think about that?
Comments from the board?
I think that's a great idea. I'm not sure what it looks like.
I agree, Dan. It's a great idea. The problem is I have to try to separate opinion from fact. I understand a lot of these people have opinions about what they understand to be their concerns or their disagreement. I don't really want to say disagreements, what they understand about how this process works and what belongs to who and who belongs to what and how this process works. I understand and I've read every single one of these comments. And I would like to be able to reply to them in fact. And I don't want to make them feel like I'm refuting or dismissing their opinions. A lot of these, what has been stated tonight are opinions, and they're entitled to their opinion. I have one as well, but there are facts that revolve around this issue that we have to make sure that people try to understand. And I think that's probably the proper way to respond to these, is try to give them some facts. And I'm kind of with Megan. I'm not sure how we go about doing that.
Other board comments?
It seems like some of the big ones here could be addressed in an objective way. I assume, and even I'm confused on some of this, like water rights. Are there water rights? Are there not water rights? How does that affect? What is Stevensville's water capacity, and how would this build out affect that? I think there's a lot of good questions here. There's also a whole lot of not in my backyard ism, but there's a lot of good questions too.
I'll take a second and talk to you guys about water rights. And I think that I have been to a meeting with Andy Medford and Donnie Ramey at the DNRC. And I will tell you, in my opinion, it was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. They wanted to deny our third application at that time, and this was 5 or 6 years ago. We had applied 3 different times for a change of place of use and to substantiate the water right that Stevensville has, the town. And they said they're going to deny. I looked at the guy straight in the face, and he looked at me and he says, "We're going to deny your application. We think you need more information." And I says, "Okay, great. What information should we have?" And he looked at me and said, "I can't tell you that." So we've been working on this, 2 different attorneys, for years and years, since the early 80s, and have not been able to get it resolved. Brandon can attest to that, and Mr. Kalkofen is right. There are, Creekside Meadows is not in the place of use. Neither is Twin Creeks. And maybe Bill can talk a little bit about where the town stands as far as capacity goes, but our water rights have been an issue for decades, and we have tried and tried and tried to get it resolved and have really gotten nowhere. And part of it is because of where we live. Burnt Fork drainage is a closed watershed, and the water rights are contested constantly. And we didn't do it properly. The town didn't do it properly when they should have. So now we're behind the 8 ball and have been for so long that I'm not sure that we can ever get it fully resolved. All I know is that there's no desire by anybody in any government organization to come down here and turn off the tap. So we are using the water that we believe that we have and no more. All of the water rights, I believe, for the entire development when it was first platted were given to the town. So there is water right there. I mean, I'm sure there's water.
I thought I saw in the packet that there was 220 inches and change, or 220 gallons per minute and change still on the table. Surface water rights, irrigation rights.
So I'm happy to provide an update over where we've been with water rights over at least the last 3 years. Because between the meeting that Paul had with DNRC that he speaks of, to about when I took office as the mayor, not much movement had happened with water rights. When I came in, we brought in water rights attorney Ross Miller, who had done some work for the town previously, and so he was aware of the nuances around Stevensville's water system. The issue that we're having with the water rights is that we built the well field to replace the infiltration gallery up Middle Burnt Fork. That was a collection system that took water below the surface, treated it, and shipped it down the pipeline to Stevensville. When we upgraded the water system, we switched to a well system, and there's 4 wells in that well field. Only one of those wells was permitted by the DNRC. We required that of Mr. Anderson when they built the Twin Creeks well field, or when they built Twin Creeks. So Twin Creeks is actually covered. They've got the water they need for that subdivision and the growth of that subdivision, and they're covered under that one well. The other wells and the one well are providing water to the rest of the community, which is technically outside of the place of use. And that's been the rub with DNRC, is because we've taken the water that we used to use up Burnt Fork and we've mitigated well water that we're pumping out of the ground. But that paperwork and that change hasn't happened for the reason Paul has stated. We've been working over the last 3 years to get to a point where we can submit a change application. Our biggest hurdle that no one really saw coming was that the basin, the Burnt Fork watershed, if you will, and forgive me if I misuse terminology, I'm going to do the best I can, went under a number of all of the water rights in the Burnt Fork area went under adjudication very recently. And that didn't wrap up until I believe July or August of 2020. So we're just a couple months after that court, the water court, had said, yes, these water rights are done with adjudication. That stalled our process out. We couldn't submit an application with the water rights that were under an adjudication. And so that really stalled our process. That's been done. So we're now trying to figure out how do we meet with DNRC and do all these change application meetings and all of these other pieces in an era of COVID-19. And we're hoping this spring we can, really rock and roll on that. When Burnt Fork Estates originally came forward and said we'd like to do a subdivision, as I understand, the sale of the property did not include water rights. And when they called us, we said, no, you're going to need to provide the town with water rights if you plan to do a subdivision. We're going to use those water rights to mitigate the well water that we may have to use or to apply for rights for to provide to the system. The property or the purchasers, the Hoolies, had to go back to Ellison's and renegotiate the land purchase with water rights included. As it turns out, the place of use for those water rights, granted they're not well rights, but they are water rights we can use for mitigation purposes. The place of use for those water rights actually does cover Creekside Phase 1. So to a degree, it would help us solve some of this dilemma if those water rights were transferred to the town. But a lot of that's yet to be seen because a full application hasn't gone to DNRC. That's still something that's in development. The other piece to this that I'll just touch on is that there's a lot of hydrology, I suppose, that has to be done by engineers to study Stevensville's water system and get a better feel for the water we're using and forecast some historical data that we don't currently have. So we kind of have to build historical data based on imagery and that sort of thing. And DNRC really wants to see that before they'll even consider a change application. So there's a lot of facets. I hear a lot of comment that, well, nothing's been done in 5 years, or nothing's been done in 10 years, or nothing's been done in the last year. These water right processes are just extremely lengthy, and they move very, very slow. So it's something that we continually work on. Water system preliminary engineering report will help actually with some of that. So that's kind of a very long explanation as to where we are with our current water rights. Yes, Creekside Phase 1 and 2 are both outside of the town's place of use. In fact, the entire community, with the exception of Twin Creeks, is outside of the place of use for our wells. But, you know, we've basically discussed the issue with DNRC. Paul's exactly right. No one's been willing to come down and turn off the tap. And I don't think we're in any danger of doing that, knowing that this process is very slow. The other piece to this, then I'll be quiet, is that water law has changed, according to our water rights attorney. Water law has changed considerably over the few years that we've been working on this project, to our benefit. And in fact, one of the hurdles we ran into about a year and a half ago when we were meeting with DNRC and Mr. Nave at the DNRC in Missoula was they had administrative rules that disagreed with the water court. The water court had made decisions and had made basically rulings that said this is how you go through a process this way, but DNRC and the state's administrative rule were behind the times and hadn't been changed. And so DNRC's hands were tied to the rules, fully acknowledging that the water court had said something else and they were in conflict. I don't know if that conflict's been resolved or not, but that's something we've also kind of waited to see if that could be resolved to speed us along. In terms of capacity, I will defer to Mr. Buxton, and he can explain how capacity works in the subdivision process if you want to entertain that conversation tonight. That's it. Greg, you're still muted.
I think the board's indicated an interest in that. So Bill, if you'd like to address that, I think the board would appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. So when reviewing the subdivision, the main emphasis with respect to water and sewer service is where is the water and sewer service going to come from? Is it going to be coming from a new public well that's drilled in a new system that's built specifically for the subdivision? Is it going to be coming from individual on-site wastewater treatment systems and individual wells? Or is it going to become from connection to a public water system, an existing public water system? And and John hit on this on his slide, on the second slide of his PowerPoint presentation. There's 4 different phases of this project, and the first phase during the preliminary plat is there, how will the subdivision be served with water? In this case, it'll be served with water from the town of Stevensville. During the second phase of the project, between preliminary plat approval and final plat approval, the engineer, as they come forward with phase 1 or phase 2 or whatever phase they're working on to try to get final plat, has to demonstrate, build out the water system, but they have to demonstrate, this is required by DEQ, that there is capacity in the system, and they have to demonstrate that there's water rights. And if this project were to go to, let's say, for example, you approve the preliminary plat, and they come forward with phase 1, and this place of use issue has not been resolved, it'll go to DEQ and they will not approve it until the water rights are resolved. And so the capacity issue, because the system is not static, it's always changing over time. We don't know when the various phases will be coming in. Just like Creekside, 2 came in, 3 languished and then went away. The capacity issue really is addressed during the next phase as the developer works towards trying to meet the conditions of approval to file for final plat. And that's why in the conditions of approval, we say that the water system and the sewer system have to meet the town standards and the DEQ standards. The DEQ standards require that a capacity analysis be completed for that specific phase at the time of submission. So I hope that answers your question, or maybe it creates more confusion. But the short answer is this is not really the time. I mean, certainly it's a concern and we should talk about it, but you get down to the brass tacks of it during the next phase as the developer applies for final plat. He can't just show capacity, can't show water rights, final plat doesn't get approved. So
you talked about water rights, and I think you mentioned DEQ a few times as well as DNRC. Do they have to demonstrate the water right through DNRC and capacity through DEQ?
So in my experience, and this happened actually within the last couple of years, where a subdivision was annexed into a public water system, but DEQ would not approve the project until the public water system changed their point of use. Exactly the same situation that Stevensville is dealing with here. And so DEQ won't approve the project until DNRC resolves the water rights.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
The board have any questions for Bill?
When it's appropriate, I was thinking that maybe going through the conditions of approval and all the conversations that will come about as a result of that may go and answer a lot of the questions from you, and may answer a lot of the questions from the public, if whenever that step's appropriate.
All right, is there any board discussion before we go into the review and the requisites? Do you want to go through the conditions of approval first and then go through the review process? I'm hearing crickets here.
Can you explain what you meant by that? Do we
Well,
want to go
we have
through the conditions?
The review process, right? That long agenda, it's a number, I don't know, 4 or 5 pages, 6 to 8 pages.
Yeah.
You want to go through the conditions of approval before we go through that? Because in the staff report, we had, I don't know, 20.
It's 24.
Right.
Yeah, and maybe just before we go into that, it would be a good time to just clarify one of the questions, or I guess, accusations maybe, about the difference in the points within this, the 30 some versus 24. I'm sure there's a good explanation for that. You know what I'm referencing?
Yeah, you bet. There was, so I think it's just worth explaining. I'd like to just back up a little bit. And so Brandon had brought, HDR had brought me into the process to be somewhat of maybe a neutral. Brandon, maybe that's not the right word, but someone who's outside of Stevensville that can kind of guide the town through this process. And this is often referenced as HDR's engineering report. It's far from that. It actually, we met with a number of all of the department heads with the town of Stevensville, and everything that's in the report was the accumulation of all of their comments. I happen to just be the author of that, taking their comments and putting it into a form that's boiled down. So hopefully it's easy for the planning board and the city council to review and understand. So it's not really an HDR report, it's a town of Stevensville report with systems from HDR. But to answer your question, Megan, we were working on the staff report, and at some point additional information was submitted to the city, but I did not have it. I issued the report. Then we realized that there was new information, so we redid the report based on the new information. Specifically, 2 big things. Traffic study was updated, and the parks plan was, before they had just identified parks, but they had submitted a more detailed parks plan. As a result, the conditions changed.
So if I'm understanding you right, it wasn't that anything was omitted. It's just that it was a response to that second round that was the whole reason we held off on that meeting last time.
We had additional information and some clarification on things, so we were able to change our conditions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And maybe this is a time to have the board discuss our meeting format. I think one of the things that we're tasked with doing is taking public comment to share with the town council. And a number of our comments tonight did state that the Zoom meeting was not available to some of our citizens, that it just wasn't inclusive. And I think I'm always concerned that we don't get as good a product at the end of the day if we don't have our citizens weigh in and illuminate their concerns so that we can address them in a subdivision. But I don't have any idea what the near or far future bodes for COVID-19 restrictions and social distancing and all of that. So does the board have concerns about that?
I'll in as the new member and the council representative. In reviewing your minutes from your last meeting, I think those conditions and those concerns still exist at this point. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be hard for us to do a 15-day announcement of a public hearing that's in public because things are changing so quickly. I would like to think that we might be able to get some cooperation from the developer in order to be, because I agree with you, Greg. I think that in person is really what we ought to be doing as often as we possibly can. But yeah, I segregate myself as much as I possibly can from the general population, even though I'm in it every day, and have been able to avoid this, but I don't want to put anybody else and myself at risk because I know people who have been very sick, and I know people who have passed away from this. It's nothing to take lightly. I think we have concerns about people not wanting to wear masks if we have a public meeting, plain and simple. And I know that those people have a right to think that. And in that case, we're not going to do it in public. So we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place in this and try to get a cooperation from the developer, and they're not insisting that we follow some sort of timeline.
Thanks, Paul. Anybody else on the board?
Well, I agree with Paul. I mean, I think if we look at the decision we made previously about a public meeting was based on the situation with the pandemic, and it hasn't gotten any better. It's actually gotten worse. Ravalli County was on the top of the list a couple days ago for new cases. So I don't think we're in a different position now than we were before, where we just can't pull off safely a meeting in public. I don't know if there's no other option at this point without putting people's health at risk.
I completely agree.
Okay, so here's my concern is that I would anticipate we're going to get this town of Stevensville is going to be litigated no matter the outcome of this process. And in my day job, I always look at exposure, and having this process makes me feel very exposed for the town of Stevensville, that even though Governor Bullock gave us more discretion on timeframes or latitude on meeting timeframes and the public process, I don't know that that's been upheld in a court yet. And I hate to expose our taxpayers to judgment levies in the future. And I don't know how to do a better job of doing it in the current circumstances. And that's why I think having the board together, we can discuss that, and hopefully the developer's agents here and may have some comments on that as well.
I would certainly like to comment to that if it's appropriate.
It is appropriate, Andy, go ahead.
Okay. I certainly understand everyone's concern and the safety concerns. I also understand the concern from the developer. They granted a 30-day extension, and I think they're entitled to a process that's been drug out a long, long time between recalls, concerns, voting, elections, COVID. There's a number of things. And I think you've been very patient to wait this process through. People were given the opportunity to public comment tonight. Some of them on their own option elected to pull back and not put all that on the table. That was a free choice that they made. They've all had opportunities to chime in. There will be public comment again in a official public hearing held at council meetings, and people have the opportunity to participate. Other governments, the city of Missoula, the county of Missoula, they're making major decisions on subdivisions, budgets, paying bills, doing all kinds of things, and they're moving forward. The wheels of government haven't stopped. They've changed, and the face of it's different. But, I fully expect and want everybody to have the opportunity to publicly vet. That's what this process is for. And no one wants anyone to not have that opportunity. And we tried this quasi meeting of Zoom and public options, and that got canceled. And I don't have any confidence that setting a public hearing with the anticipation in 15 days from now, 30 days from now, that we have a vote of confidence that we actually have that meeting. It could get canceled, it could get delayed. And we're not looking for a further extension or just this indeterminate, open-ended process. We would like to see the process continue down the path.
Thanks, Andy. And maybe my interpretation of Governor Bullock's directive back in March of 2019, 2020, still a year behind. It took all of those timeframes off the table. And right now, my understanding is local government doesn't have to ask for an extension from a developer in this process, where before we had statutory timeframes in which to do the review and make a decision. And it's my understanding that doesn't exist now. But your point is well taken in that, you want to get through the process.
Yeah, we would certainly like to keep it moving forward. And, there was one point, there was a multitude of public hearings scheduled. And, as far as at least having some schedule with some predictability, even if it means possibly, at one point I saw 4 council meetings identified. I'm not sure that that's appropriate, but, maybe there is 2 within a month, or with, 1 15 days and then another 15 days later with public notification, and clear meeting public requirements for notification. But just to hit pause indefinitely is concerning, I think.
Yeah, and Ralph and Dwight Hooley have been, really great at saying, we understand the requirements of COVID and the planning board and such, but our submittal, I think, if my memory works, was back in June, and a typical 60-day review is so far in the rearview mirror that we're just way off in la la land as far as scheduling goes here. And so Ralph and Dwight are, they're patient, and they're great to work along with. And we certainly want to allow the public every opportunity to provide input, and that's important. But we're just, we're beyond all scheduling deadlines here. And so at some point, I guess it would be hopeful that we could see some point where we can go to the town council with a recommendation from the planning board one way or another. And that's our goal here. We just would like to see public input allowed, discussion really over all of these issues that have been brought up, and then a recommendation passed along to council from the planning board. And And I guess that's a simple answer, what we're looking for.
Thanks, John. All right. I guess before we go start the review process, it's 9:15. How late does the board want to go?
I think we need to try to finish this if we can. I don't want to try to push it off any longer. We've already pushed it off. I mean, as long as we can. I think there's some of this on the recommendations that will probably take a while. I think there's some of it that won't take any time at all. I think we can get through it.
Dan, Megan? Okay. All right, so we have a planning staff report in front of us. You also have the process that we use. It's been edited for be more consistent with the town. And I guess I'd like to know what process you want to follow. This is my first subdivision with the town of Stevensville, so I have no expertise.
I'm no expert here, so I defer to somebody who knows better. I would say that the report is easier for me to follow, and it may just be the formatting, frankly, but it's certainly formatted better. But I have no idea.
We developed this. Go ahead, Paul.
Speaking as a council member, I would imagine that probably what the council is most likely going to look at is going to be staff recommendations from the staff of the town and the staff and the town's engineer. That's probably what they're going to look at when they go to approve it. The county one that Greg put forward is unfamiliar to me. I think a lot of that is probably really point by point with the developer's submission. I think that it follows along pretty well. But the staff recommendations, I think, are based on their review, or the town's review with the police department, the fire department, and public works. So that's my opinion.
Okay, so I would suggest, and this is because I'm risk adverse, and we've developed this format because we do better in court. And so I would suggest that the Montana Subdivision Plating Act does identify very clearly the 7 criteria. And I think it's important that we go through those and identify our findings of fact and conclusions of law. We can, again, this is my first one with the town. So if we started with criterion number 1, bullet point 3, effects on agriculture. And, I'm blessed to have been able to talk in our planning administrator, Terry Nelson, and our first-class planner, Jacob Cummings, to come in and help us, guide us through this, shepherd us a little bit, again, because of my adversity to exposing the taxpayers to risk. So that being said, effects on agriculture, I guess I could ask Terry to describe that a little bit so we all know what we're talking about. Or have you used it this way before, Paul?
I read there are those criteria set forth in the developer's packet that talks about all.
It does.
And so it might be good to address each of these.
Yeah,
and also go through just the staff report as it addresses each one.
Okay. So the effects on agriculture, page 3 of 7. We can concur their findings of fact and ask for any others.
I didn't see anything different. I think that, in the past, what has it been now? 17 years since that was first annexed in, there's been only cattle occasionally grazed on there. There's never been any hay tried to have been harvested. There's nothing been harvested. The ground hasn't been turned over and replanted. They haven't redug any ditches. So it's basically the same. It looks basically the same as the day that it was annexed into the town. And I guess that's one of the things that I would say is that that piece of property that this development is proposed to be on is already in the town of Stevensville. It has been annexed. That entire original Creekside Meadows subdivision was annexed into the town. So this subdivision is already part of the town, which kind of makes sense. Part of the town code says that you really can't, even on undeveloped land, you really can't do agricultural work, graze some cattle, but you really can't harvest their plant.
Okay, so we can go to concurrence on the findings of fact in the staff report. Do we have concurrence? We can just do a thumbs up if that's easier for people. All right, so we have concurrence on the findings of fact and the conclusion of law, no significant adverse impacts.
Yeah, the staff report has proposed subdivisions not anticipated to have an effect on agricultural productivity.
So we
I'm assuming that's the conclusion of law.
Bill, you would consider that your conclusion of law?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, do we have
The
concurrence?
question that I have,
Go ahead.
the question that I have, and I don't know how that plays into it, but all of this has already been done. This was all done when the original subdivision was submitted back in 2002. I mean, it's the same property, same plating act. How does that play into this discussion? I mean, it's already been concluded that all these things have been met the first time it was approved.
And also, I can tell you based on the lawsuit we had on Legacy is the judge also used the word stale information a lot. So, I mean, if we're basing this review on stuff that happened 15 years ago, I guarantee that'll get sued and lost on. We already have. So that's why I think it's important to go through these steps. This is a brand new subdivision proposal, and the subdivision review criteria from the state MCAs is very specific on the 7 criteria.
Yeah, I'm up for that. I just was more of a curiosity than anything. And Terry, right, you have maybe better perspective than I do on that. So thank you.
Okay, so do we have concurrence that the conclusion of law would be the proposed subdivision is not anticipated to have an effect on agricultural production as the property has not been used for agricultural production since the original subdivision efforts in 2003? Thumbs up. All right. Effects on agricultural water users. And it's pretty clear that with the finding of facts, they've transferred the irrigation water rights to Ralph and Dwight Hooley, and the Hooley's intention turned it over to the town. Or findings of fact? Are there any other findings of fact anybody has on water rights?
Yeah, one of the
water user facilities.
Yeah, one of the things that John talked about was a ditch that runs under Logan Lane that is wastewater that will continue through this subdivision the way it has before. And also the further south on Logan Lane, there's another spot where irrigation water was used on this property, and some of it has to flow through, and that culvert and that ditch will actually, I think he said it would be buried, will continue through the property that downstream from this property. So there are mitigations that they are doing to keep the water use viable. Part of that goes down to you, Greg.
So, God bless you. Do we have an easement? That might be for John and Andy. Is there easement for that water down and for the downstream users?
What we've done is designed a common area that will be an irrigation easement to pass the water through to the downstream user. And so, yes, there will be an easement that will allow the continued use by the downstream user of that irrigation right.
So we'll have to have a condition to make sure that there's an easement for the downstream water right users,
I
so
think
that
that's
they can
appropriate,
maintain
yes.
their.
Yep.
Okay.
That's not going to be an open ditch. That's going to be all underground. Is that correct, John?
It's currently underground piped. We can work with the downstream user to what's appropriate, but we think the pipe fulfills the requirement and will probably be the most efficient way of doing that.
And that's not set to be disturbed until the final, or the number 6 or number 7?
Correct. Yes, it's a later phase that will need to be dealt with.
Right. I just want to make sure that if something happens, that somebody's got a way to go up and repair it. So, and just for the record, I don't think I would enjoy any of that water. So, Paul.
Yep.
Okay, so are we okay with those findings of fact?
Yeah.
Okay. A conclusion of law as mitigated. There's no significant adverse impact. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, because I don't think they're changing anything. They're not seeking to change anything. They're just continuing the already use that's there.
Well, if they put it in a pipe, it's going to be somewhat of a change, I think, but.
It's already in a pipe.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right, effects on local services. Now, you'll notice on the thing I sent you, and it may be pretty cumbersome, but we try to address all of the local services in that. And I see the town pretty much just talks about local services on stormwater and wastewater and facilities and water facilities. We look at a little broader when we look at local services like law enforcement, school district, all of those things.
They go into fire, school.
Do they? Where do they do it though?
Keep continuing on down.
They do talk about, the police department does talk about some stop signs that they would like to
I know I've
see.
seen it.
Warning
Okay.
light that they would like to see.
Okay, we just
The
jumped
fire
to-
department is talks about
I see.
spacing on the hydrants.
Okay.
I can't speak specifically to the school district, but the latest figures, and I think Terry can probably, or Bill can probably attest to this, is that a current household of 15,000 square feet and a 10,000 square foot lot will provide 0.7 students to a school. So they're not anticipating at this point seeing a big population increase at the school.
I didn't see a letter from the school district in the packet. Have they been notified?
They have been notified. I know that well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't speak out of turn. John can probably answer that.
John?
There we go. I'm technically challenged. Yes, they have been notified. I provided the superintendent with numbers of an estimated impact from this subdivision of number of students, which surprisingly was relatively small based on our experience with Creekside Meadows and with Twin Creek subdivision. The letter we got back from the superintendent recognized that and realized that. But I guess I have to say that the superintendent in his letter was concerned about the potential long-term impact of additional students to the school. So we've provided him numbers and he's good with them right now.
Can you tell me where that letter is, John? I didn't see it in the packet.
It was an email that I sent to Bob Moore. And I believe you should have a letter of response from Mr. Moore in your packet.
I don't remember seeing that.
We have to take about a 2-minute break here because of my battery's going dead.
Okay, in the interim, let me find that correspondence from Mr. Moore and I can see if I can get it to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we're playing musical chairs. Ah, there we go. Well, sort of. Now I gotta grab all my junk.
What is that?
Okay.
Oh, where are you trying to bring it?
We'll get them set down. Am I okay here? Or
Jacob can sit at the end of the table or the head of the table.
Sorry, I'm a typical adult learner. I have to nest and I have to move everything. Sorry about that, everybody. So the effect on local services, water and sewer, we have a summary of the effects. Does anybody have anything they want to add based on public comment?
Note at this time you had public comment and discussion on the water.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion about that. I think that between the mayor and Bill, we talked about quite a bit about the water right and place of use that will have to be settled before the final plat can be filed, before houses, before lots can be sold. So there's a lot of work that the developer's going to have to go through to make sure that that's done.
And I think when the communication with DEQ will require all of the public comments specific to water and sewer be included in that. So, I don't know if Brandon's capturing this, but we're going to have to make sure we have comments we had from the public on place of use, limited water rights, limited capacity, and all those things included as public comments received as a finding of fact, I believe. What's the board think?
Yeah, Greg, are you saying that you know more about this process than I do, that those need to be provided for the next round, essentially? So we're kind of punting on this, or what?
Well, DEQ makes the final decision on water and sewer.
Right.
And so they're not here tonight, obviously. And so we're required to submit the public comments to DEQ when the developer, I think, is required to provide those when they apply for their permits. So Brandon, or excuse me, Mayor, sir.
Yes, sir.
Like, are we able to capture the public comment, both email and spoken testimony tonight? We'll be able to capture that to provide.
Do you mean like in form of minutes?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So actually, Janelle, you can see her behind me. We were just discussing that. Ordinarily, Megan would be tasked with the minutes of this meeting. We're going on 3 hours. Oh, she's taking remarkable notes, I see.
I'd be so happy to send them to Janelle.
Janelle and I are just having a conversation because of the complexity and the risk involved in this process.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Janelle will offer her services.
Thank you, Janelle.
At a premium.
Good for you, Janelle.
So yeah, if you'll send your notes over to Janelle, Megan, this meeting
I will. So do that.
Recorded. The packet will include the emails that Janelle read in the minute packet. So all of that correspondence will be included. And then we'll have a written record of what happened in this meeting. So it is being recorded. It's all good to go in that regard.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So with those public comments included as a finding of fact as a public comment, and the 1 through 4 in the staff report, are there any other findings of fact that this body would like to include?
Well, probably the only thing that I would say is that, you know, and the biggest thing that I was mentioning is that everything that is in Creekside Meadows and in this particular area that was annexed into the town belongs to the town. All the infrastructure that is there, all the streets, roads, sidewalks, lighting, retention basin, all that stuff belongs to the town and will belong to the town in the end, once the final plat is accepted. Same thing happened in Creekside Meadows. All that stuff, all that infrastructure that was put in, the streets, the sidewalks, the roads, the water, the sewer, that all.
Including the stormwater that was referenced, right?
Including the stormwater, yes. Now, Creekside Meadows would like to de-annex themselves and drill a well and create their own septic system, stormwater system. They're welcome to do that, but that will probably cost them about $20 million. So.
Okay, Terry?
So one of the conditions on the roads is saying that it's going to be maintained by the homeowner association. I think that condition needs to be changed if truly the city's going to take the streets and own them and maintain them. And then are the parks, I thought the parks were going to be maintained by the homeowner association, but if they're the stormwater retention basins that the city's going to be responsible for, I think the parks either need to be owned and maintained by the city, or the city, there be an easement created for the city to maintain those.
You want to speak to that, Bill?
So I can, especially the street and road comment. We had some discussion about this, and certainly it was during the staff review, the logic potentially flawed, and that's fine. That's why we're doing this and going through it. You guys can certainly object to it. Is that for instance, Creekside Estates, I believe, hires somebody for snow removal, despite the fact that snow removal is the city's responsibility. And the reason they do is because the snow routes are always the top priority for snow removal. And subdivisions like Creekside Estates, like Burnt Fork Estates, are always at the bottom of the list of places that are where snow's removed, where chip sealing is done, where crack sealing is done, where all this goes on. And as a result, the streets never, in small communities, never get maintained. I mean, generally speaking, it's because they're such a low priority. And maybe never is not a good word, but they're always the lowest priority because they see the least amount of traffic. But they still receive snow, they still get deteriorated. And so the thought was that the residents of the subdivision can have a much higher level of service to whatever degree that they want it to be if the city maintained ownership of the road, but the HOA maintained it. That way, if they want a gold-plated road and everything fixed every year and it chip sealed every 3 years, their decision. They can make the decision. They can fund it themselves and go for it. That was the thinking behind it. The city would still, or the town would still own it, but it would give the local residents the opportunity to maybe have a higher level of service than they would get otherwise. So we talked about that. John and Andy had mentioned they obviously objected to it, which is fine. And I think where Brandon and I left it off is that we would leave it in there so we could generate discussion with the board to see if that was something that the town had any interest in entertaining. If not, that's fine. We can take it out. So that was the thinking behind it. I live in a subdivision where we do that, and I would never go. We don't hardly pay anything for it. It seems like, and we have great roads, and the snow is always removed, and cracks are sealed every year, and we have great streets, and they're 20 years old. So anyway, that's whatever it's worth.
Just to play devil's advocate, Bill, we also have those subdivisions that don't do anything and their roads turn into gravel in 20 years too. So, I don't know how because if the town owns them, and then I think there also is liability, right?
Well, in those subdivisions, the ones that turn to gravel, are they town owned?
No, they're.
No, okay. Oh, you're talking like in the county, maybe that.
Exactly. They're dedicated to the public, but the road's a privately maintained road, but.
Yeah.
So depends on. So what does the board want to do?
Oh, well, in that particular case, we got to talk about gas tax. If the town is, in order for the town to collect gas tax money, which is what that's designed for, and based on the miles of roads that you have in your town, you have to maintain the road, and that includes plowing snow. Now, I understand that we are not out there at 6 a.m. plowing the streets in Creekside Meadows. Probably not out there till 8:30, 9 o'clock, but it's that way everywhere. So their expectation is pretty high. If we include more roads, we get more gas tax money. Thus, we are able to provide better service. So if the HOA through Burnt Fork Estates would like to build those for somebody to plow snow, I don't think we could stop them, but obviously I haven't stopped Creekside because I didn't know that was happening. So, but I think the town needs to own the road and the sidewalk and the streetlights so that we can, otherwise the members of that subdivision liable for even accidents. So that's my opinion.
Totally going to defer to Paul here. He knows a lot more than I do.
I think this is also, under this discussion, is we have to talk about the intersections of Logan and Burnt Fork and Logan and East Side Highway. And, I just remind the board that our job is to recommend the town council identify and mitigate new impacts. And I think it was Andy pointed out that the intersection at Logan and East Side is already bad. And their project, and Andy, correct me if I'm misstating what you had to say, may make it worse, but it's already bad, and it's certainly and clearly not 100% ownership to this proposal. But I think we have to talk about that, and if we think that the $200 a lot is adequate, and somewhere in my notes I wrote down the percentage of increased traffic load on that was in the traffic impact analysis. That was, I think it was a 50% increase on Logan. So that, and part of my job on this board is to represent the county, and the county maintains that road, and that 50% impact is going to increase our costs in maintenance of that road and the wear and tear on the road, and it's certainly going to impact that intersection on both ends of Logan. So I don't know how to define that number. I think that's a discussion we have to have. So has MDOT been contacted, and what is their, I mean, other than saying, yeah, there's a bad intersection there, they've given us anything more than a flyover? And is there any record of that anywhere? That would be to John and Andy.
I don't know the answer to that, honestly. I guess, I don't know if we've seen anything from them. There may have been something. I do know the traffic engineer reached out to MDT because there was some discussion about the traffic, the safety concerns at Logan and Middle Burnt Fork as well. I know that came up. So he has obviously reached out to MDT. I'd have to look for specifics. I have never seen personally a comment letter from MDT.
No, they've not had input yet.
You've done subdivision before the county and that's information we have to be able to mitigate it. I don't know how we mitigate it if we don't have that information.
I think to back up a little bit, the question comes around the question of, is there an impact there that is there a significant impact that requires mitigation, I think is the question. I think that there is a recognition that every traffic adds a small cut, a small impact. There is some impact. The traffic impact study goes through and provides and finds that the level of service doesn't degrade, identifies it as a substandard intersection today. And, I guess this is where I get a little lost. Typically these proposals are packaged up and sent to agencies, and agency comment comes back and it's broadcast to planning board and others. So I'm a little confused in that process in general, just like the Stevensville school letter that was discussed. I mean, it seems like that packet goes to the school, they provide a comment, and then your packet is an agency comment section. Certainly MDT would be an agency that one would expect that to happen from. And maybe it's just a little bit of a glitch in the process here. And this one, I'm not sure. Maybe others, Bill or the Brandon, have some insight into that. But we provided that application with what was we believe to be required, and we weren't required to submit specific agency comment that I'm aware of.
No, it was a process that we went through and contacted agencies we knew that had specific input, and the schools and the post office and others within Stevensville.
And like I say, I do know that there was some contact with the traffic engineer relative to at least the discussion about because he had to do some research onto the accident history at Logan and Middle Burnt Fork. So I guess I'm left to deductively have the conclusion that they had some discussion about recommendations or the substandard nature of East Side and Logan. That being said, we recognize that there is some minimal impact, and we felt that the offering of the waiver of the SID or the plat, waivering the SID process, and the contribution for improvements that could help that project along when the time is appropriate was adequate mitigation for those minimal impacts we identified.
Well, it appears that the mitigation is proposed, but the entities that would decide whether that mitigation or what needs to be done would be, I believe, the county road department and MDT at that intersection, which is a identified impact and identified problem at this point in your own traffic impact study. And so MDT and the road department should be the ones that you have reached out to comment on, not just your traffic engineer saying, well, something should be done. I think when I see in a report that something should be done, the agencies that know what then would be good mitigation should be contacted, which would be MDT and the road department. And I haven't seen anything in any of this. And you say that they reached out to MDT, but we don't have anything from MDT saying all they wanted was numbers at Burnt Fork and Logan, or was MDT reached out to and asked, what is your, do you see any issues with this subdivision? That's what an agency comment would be to ask them. And if you sent those letters and you provided copies of the letters that you sent to MDT and they choose not to answer, that's fine. But if they haven't even been apprised that this could be coming and impacting East Side, I think that's a serious flaw in sufficiency.
I personally am going to defer that to the planning type in this project because that's not me. So how's that for passing the buck? Like I said, my typical process would be is there's agency comment sections, and I don't know how that's addressed in this town of Stevensville process. It's my ignorance. I'm sorry for that.
But I guess to follow up with what we've already said, the intersection at East Side Highway and Logan Lane is a problem. Whether our subdivision comes to pass or not, that is a bad situation where you've got two intersections coming into Logan Lane that are potential. I mean, I've cringed every time I come around that corner, afraid I'm gonna hit a car coming south on East Side Highway. So what our traffic engineer has done is suggested a solution. Now, whether that solution is something that matches what MDT's long-term plans are for that intersection is a major question. Our impact is the problem exists. We know that with additional traffic, it's going to have some impact on that intersection. We're willing to contribute what's necessary from our subdivision to resolve that issue. But it's not us. It's the town of Stevensville. It's the county commissioners.
Don't start with me, fella.
And the road department and MDT coming up with a solution for that intersection that is bad.
I agree, but the problem is our job is to mitigate it. We don't know what it takes to mitigate. We denied Aspen Springs some years ago because there was an identified impact and an identified problem, but nobody, is very similar to this. There was nothing given to us as to how to mitigate it. And I think the offer was some money to study it, and studying doesn't mitigate the problem either. We have to identify how to mitigate it. I think we can clearly identify from your traffic impact analysis that the increase on that intersection is 50% from this subdivision or on that road.
Certainly, and what we have proposed is that we're willing to submit an impact fee that will offset our impact to that situation. The numbers are fictitious right now. And so what we're willing to do is say, okay, we're going to contribute $200 per lot to resolve this and other traffic impact issues. And so that is what we're proposing to resolve the mitigation of what our additional traffic will add to that intersection and the Middle Burnt Fork Logan Lane intersection.
I guess I'd like to add two things to that. I think that's understood. We all understand that. In the spirit of two things here, and I'm going to propose my solution first and ask a question second. A potential option to make sure that the effects on local services have been mitigated and vetted, I suppose could be a condition in the approval that says MDT is acceptance, or that we have an acceptance letter from MDT stating that, there isn't a problem from this. They could review the TIS and we could have a letter from MDT as a condition, and we would be fine with that. I suppose that would be an option. The second one is I haven't heard anything from Bill or the town if they have any other perspective on any commentary from MDT.
I guess I can just say, when it comes to agency comments, that's not that isn't addressed at all in the town's process. And so through this process, in at least my conversations with Mr. Kellogg and Andy, that we understood you were communicating with those other agencies, in passing through those informal conversations between us. So I guess it wasn't necessarily a concern. I do know that, for example, the county, I believe, does send out like an agency comment request. That's not addressed in our process, and so it wasn't something we undertook. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but it just didn't. Because
I'll just say we need some information to be able to meet our statutory requirement, right? To mitigate the impacts. I don't know how we get that without those.
Without MDT.
And so again, it's just, we don't mitigate. I'll tell you right now that the $20,000 that is generated at $200 per lot would just pay for a speed, what they call it, a speed feedback sign. Like John was talking about Corvallis, and I may be wrong on that, but they're horrendously expensive. I was shocked when we were looking at those. So $20,000 is not going to get us a hell of a lot of mitigation. And I'm not trying to gouge anybody, but I don't know what we're talking about. And that's my concern. But I'm only one vote on this board.
What do you think about the proposal of the condition of some kind of a concurrence letter from MDT that reviewed the conditions that we proposed, RSID waiver, the speed sign, the contribution as reasonable mitigation? And, as far as what they look at, MDT probably doesn't look at the mitigation dollars. That probably isn't on their radar, honestly. They say there's a problem or there's not. It's irrelevant of dollars, quite honestly. They're saying, does this subdivision demand something? And they would look at it, and they might look at Logan Lane, although Logan Lane isn't under their jurisdiction. I don't think that's at debate at all. So realistically, if anything, they would look up to the connection of East Side Highway or possibly 269 or whatever it is that goes through Main Street. And they might say, as a result of this incremental increase of traffic, or this percentage of increase, does that require some mitigation out on 269 or up at East Fork, at the East Side Highway? I suppose the option is where we are at this point, unless someone else has got something else to say about that. I don't know what else you could do other than presume that it is not an issue and have a condition that if you can't satisfy it, if MDT says as a condition of approval, we need a roundabout built and this is the trigger, then we would be stuck building a roundabout to get the letter from MDT and a sign off.
But it gets back to the issue that our subdivision is one portion of the issue. It exists right now. We're needing to resolve this question and come up with a solution for that intersection in the long term that MDT, the county, city, and everybody agrees with. But we have a percentage impact on that. We don't have 100% of our impact on that. So I think that's what we're trying to get a grip on.
Can I ask a question? I'm kind of just thinking in my head here, and Bill, maybe you could weigh in on this a little bit and tell me if I'm completely off base, but similar to the water capacity issue, because it's so fluid, that's a pun, huh?
Got it.
But because, the dynamics of our water system are always changing, right? We're always hooking up, demands change over time. And so we consider capacity with each phase of the development. Does it make sense, kind of in the same vein that Andy was speaking, where we have a condition? I would expect over the time period it takes to get final plat on the last phase of the subdivision, traffic will change considerably for the surrounding roads. I don't know that. Does it make sense to have some sort of a condition now that says you need to have some sort of analysis or whatever it is we're looking for concrete wise before the preliminary or before final plat approval? Does that satisfactorily mitigate the concerns we're discussing? I don't know.
And I mean, that's kind of what we did on Legacy, and a judge said, no, you can't put off that decision till later. I mean, I understand what
we thought it was a good idea too, Brand.
Yeah, we did, and Costa County. And what John is saying is, well, we have mitigated it. We've proposed 200 a lot, and Greg and I both being graduates from Stevensville High School, and his math, I'll go with it, of 20,000 issues. But we don't know whether that impact is 200,000 or 2 million, or even if MDT, as Andy said, may not even charge anything for it. But until we have that answer of what MDT, whether or not they think this is a significant impact, without that info, we can't say, well, $200 is the proportional impact. We need some more information to know what that is going to be, and the only one that really can give it to us is MDT. And I don't know if we can, you could maybe condition it as have a letter from them before filing the plats. But again, I think that ended up, Greg wants me to know it was 27,400 with his calculator. So
my calculator says the same thing.
Okay. You were Steve I grad, right? Yeah.
So Terry, as you know, getting an answer like that from MDT in less than 2 years is an act of Congress. I mean, getting them to respond to say, okay, the impact of this subdivision on that intersection is X dollars. That's a mountain impossible to climb.
Well, I think our lawsuit only took a year, but we lost. So, I mean, if there's an identified issue and you do not identify how to fix it, and you just come up with some number without agency or the people that know what that amount is going to be, that's what a lawsuit is all about.
Okay, how about a couple of comments here? Number one being east side, Logan Lane from East Side Highway to Middle Burnt Fork becomes a street of the town. Or we extend Third Street and Phillips Street to connect to the town and don't connect to Logan at all. The fact of the matter is that that's still a county road, Craig. You guys are responsible for it. The developer can help mitigate that cost, but you're still responsible for the road. Doesn't mean that they have to pay to upgrade it. I certainly hope that's not the case. And I don't think that that's what the lawsuit with Legacy was about. I think that what we need to do is make sure that everybody knows that there's an identified problem. That road is in poor shape, has been for, I don't know, how long you lived here, Greg? You were born here. Looked like that before. It's never been well
Yep.
paved. It's
We-
never
we
been
just
dug
rebuilt
up
it,
and
what,
regraded.
6 years
You never-
ago?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we did. We excavated, we rebuilt that road.
But you didn't make it any wider.
No, we didn't. We didn't have that much money. And I'm not, all I'm saying is if we pick $200 per lot, $27,400, we say, okay, life's good. And it comes back and should have been 10 times that. Is the town of Stevensville going to end up and their taxpayers pick that up? What, that's the question. How do we pick a number out of the air?
Oh, well, you can't because you're never going to know. But I think that the other thing that developer has done is that that's an SID. So they'll form a special improvement district. And that will help cover that cost because I agree with you. $200 is a drop in the bucket. That's not going to do very much. That's going to put up a sign. But if they don't protest an SID for all those roads, the majority of those lots that will be entering Logan Lane will have to participate in that SID. And that might be a lot, but they won't be able to protest it because that will be one of the conditions on their deed.
I got to go back though to something you said earlier, Paul, that I really, really liked. And that was taking Logan Lane into the town of Stevensville's inventory. And I seriously, I'm all about that.
I don't have a problem with that either. I'm also, we ought to think about one of the reasons that they're thinking about a fire station out there is there's no direct connection to town. They have to go on non-town roads to get to this subdivision. There should be a connection. I don't like the idea of a connection either, but there should be one. And the people that live there and of the rule don't want one at all. So they don't want to, Creekside Meadows residents don't want a connection to anything. So if we really want to do the play, there will be no access onto Logan Lane at all. It will be Phillips Street or Third Street. So we don't have to use that roadway. The developer will create his own roadway to connect to the rest of the town. That's a possibility. I don't fly because people will scream bloody murder, including most assuredly the school and a couple of property owners that would be involved with the platting of Phillips Street. And Third Street would be a pretty big headache for the school as well. So, and the members of Creekside who of course don't want any connection to anything. So we're kind of stuck with what we've got. We have to try to see if we can mitigate it the way we can. Because, I understand people's concerns about this subdivision, but here's my opinion for all of you and for anybody that's listening. If we don't grow, we're going to die. So if you want to talk about high taxes and high cost of water, then don't do anything. Just let everything be the way it was yesterday, and you'll be paying more tomorrow. That's the way it works. Because we don't have enough police, we don't have enough volunteer firemen, we don't have enough money to keep our water system or our wastewater system going unless we have more users, period. So if you want to kill the town, then kill the subdivision, because that'll kill the town. If we don't grow, we're going to die.
the condition of having MDT weigh in.
I will throw one other thing, just, and I understand this maybe misses the mark, but a little bit to the actual MDT comment, but page 10 of the ATS updated traffic study, as a traffic engineer, and this guy used to work with MDT for years, he does have a dialogue about his review of this subdivision and the impacts and the warrants for improvements to those offsite intersections. And he comes to the conclusion that these impacts would be not creating warrants for additional improvements at those intersections, at least. Now, that's his opinion from ATS, the traffic engineer. So that is some bank that if we went to MDT and asked the question, understanding that was not asked apparently, we would potentially expect that they may say, yes, there's a bad intersection. Yes, everything cuts a little, but this is probably not the thing that tips it over. It would be sort of what I would anticipate we would hear. And I think the traffic impact study verifies that to the extent it can.
So it sounds like we've identified there is an impact to traffic, but we've also identified that the subdivision will waive its right to a special improvement district. Does that special improvement district not mitigate what the traffic impacts will be? I mean, because they're both, we don't know the specific traffic impacts, but we also don't know how high of a ceiling we can go with an SID.
Well, the specific traffic incident that I'm referring to is the one that is very apparent in the developer's own traffic impact study, which is the intersection of East Side and Logan. That in itself has been identified by the traffic experts as this is a problem already, and you will exacerbate it. So that, whether or not the road's wide enough, or you got, it's too skinny or not maintained or whatever, that hasn't been identified in the traffic impact study. We did hear some public comments that say, hey, we want the road fixed, and that you should have comment on it and discuss it. But if that's not identified by some expert saying you got a problem here, you don't have to weigh in on the mitigation as much. But to have your own developer's traffic impact study say there's a problem, and you not look hard at fixing that as a safety issue, that's where you go to court. You're not going to win. You have to identify and figure out if the mitigation fits what was identified. And what was identified is you need a whole new intersection here. Now, MDT may weigh in and say, when we get, and I've seen them do this on the subdivisions before. They say, when we hit X number, we'll just do it. So we don't need any money from you. But I've also seen them say, you're going to need a whole overpass if you're going to do this subdivision. So I think we need something from MDT, and maybe what Andy recommended is a letter from MDT as a condition. Now I can tell you on Legacy, we got sued and lost because we put it down the road for that, but at least that shows mitigation to that significant impact that was identified in the traffic impact analysis. And so I think at a minimum, just have a letter that MDT has reviewed the project and is okay with it, however you want to word that, for each final phase should at least do something towards that.
I won't belabor this anymore. I'll let you guys, the board, discuss it. Maybe it's appropriate for me to interject, but I think we're comfortable with that. And there's actually 3 other steps of mitigation being proposed is this traffic. One is the speed sign we offered to pay for a speed sign to be installed on the north side for temporary immediate measures that could be years off before anything's done, the waiver of the SID, and the money contribution. So we're really contributing 4 elements, or having 4 conditions that address potential impacts that could be deemed as an impact to this subdivision to help mitigate that potential impact.
And MDT may say those are great, and that may be all that's needed, but MDT is the one that needs to say that.
I think we need a letter, and I think it's an oversight that there is not a letter, but I think a condition from MDT pointing out that they've reviewed it, they did not find anything, and say there can't be one more breaks the bank here. I really highly doubt we will get that response based on our traffic impact studies expertise. I mean, I've worked with MDT on a number of significant projects. I'm doing a 200 lotter right now on 93, heading north out of the Y, and they didn't find any kind of impact necessary, to Waldo Road and that. So I will be surprised if they find this subdivision to be a mitigating that would be demanding some kind of offsite improvement at those intersections. The level of service is not bad already, when you look at level of service and other things. So I honestly would be surprised if that's found, but I think something in there and verifying that is important, ask and verify, I guess.
Yeah, because without that verification, that's when city's open to the lawsuit. If MDOT comes back and says everything's great, you're great. But if they don't, or if they don't weigh in at all, that's when you're opening yourself up to lawsuit.
Board comments.
I think the 4 steps I think that's a good way to go about it. I like that personally.
Is that a thumbs up, Dan? All right, we have one other we need to talk about, and that's the Burnt Fork Road having the commercial zoned area, number of businesses there on a 2-lane road. I haven't seen anything, and I looked and I failed to call our road supervisor about that. But is there anything there? I mean, besides having an approach permit, what it's going to take?
I think that's one of the things that's within the conditions is they have to, I mean, obviously they can't have a road there until an entrance onto Middle Burnt Fork until they have approach permit. That's something that they're going to have to negotiate with the road supervisor, road and bridge department, as far as how that works out. If that changes the way that their C2 zone goes, that's just the way it is. I suppose they can appeal that decision, like Andy said, but they'll have to figure that out. I think that's not on us. That's a condition. That's a condition of being able to have that particular zone there. And we haven't even talked yet about rezoning. So
Right. So should we have that conversation about whether C2 makes sense out there?
Well, it clearly, I mean, it's got an impact on local services potentially, so it can fit in pretty much anywhere. I think, go ahead, Megan.
No, after you, Craig.
I'm done.
I mean, honestly, I don't know.
Personally,
Go ahead.
I think you might get a dentist and maybe a beauty parlor and maybe somebody to rent the space during tax time. And, ideally what you would have there would be a daycare. You're not going to get a tattoo parlor or, I mean, I think it's a pretty risk that they can fill that many spots that far from town. It'd be nice to have a couple of those conveniences there that people could walk to. Maybe that's the great place for a doggy wash. I mean, there's some stuff out there that's pretty low impact. I'm not talking about, we're not talking about 150 cars here. You just won't be able to fit that in that particular area. And you're not going to have that much square footage to put something very big. I don't see somebody coming out there and putting in a Dollar General. So, I think if that's the risk, I personally am kind of on the fence about whether or not I like a C2 zone out there, but I think that there are some, and this might be something that, because this is a ways down the road before we're looking for a preliminary plat on this particular phase, that there might be something that planning and zoning wants to consider for some other type of area for subdivision amenities, like
a
doggy wash or daycare,
Yeah.
or a
Live,
beauty
work.
parlor, something like that, that people out there.
Yeah, all that
Where you can live and work.
live, work. I mean, that's a key one right now. But it does, the concept of commercial way out there makes me a little nervous. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me right now. Now, does it make sense in 10 years? Entirely possibly. But you know, in the kind of some of the commercial stuff we see go in, well, you know, yeah, okay, any commercial stuff, it's going to be all asphalt, right? I mean, it's going to be, you know, some kind of ugly, low cost throw up building probably, with some fake rock on the front to meet the CCRs. And, you know, really fit out there. I wish, like, you know, to me, it would be awesome if it was some sort of landscape buffer or some sort of like visual corridor down through there. Now, I'm sure that's never going to fly, but I'm all for growth, like Paul, but I do have to question the C2 zoning here. And I don't personally have an answer on that one right now. I don't know. I haven't made up my mind, and I don't know if there's a way to punt that. Like you said, it's years down the road, and probably what's needed out there is going to change by then anyway. That's my opinion.
Well, I think it's on the table though, and I think we have to define it because it's part of the subdivision proposal. And if we don't,
and I don't mean punt it in that way. I mean, can we say we approve said subdivision with XXX, you know, stipulations, and one of those stipulations is we're going to revisit the C2 zoning idea. Okay.
If I could, I'd just like to mention, Paul had some good points there about this C2 zoning. If you're looking at it as a commercial node out somewhere outside of the middle of Stevensville, that's understandable. What the C2 zone is and what it was intended to be is something compatible with development next to residential areas. And so because of that, if you look in the residential charts in the city ordinances, the C2 zone allows single family dwellings, 2 to 4 unit dwellings, 5 to or more unit dwellings, a community residential, senior citizen dwelling, hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, essentially a whole array of residential uses that make it more compatible potentially with the adjacent residential use. I have to say that when we were discussing this with the Hoolies, their concept was the idea of a dental office, a beauty parlor, a professional office that is not looked on as a high volume traffic commercial use. And so with that understanding, we proceeded with this because it made sense at that, even though it's not right next to the commercial downtown of Stevensville. And we don't perceive this as a distraction from the potential downtown of Stevensville. It's more on the lines of the offices at the corner of Middle Burnt Fork and East Side Highway. I would see that the medical offices there at that intersection, that's the type of development that I would perceive may be appropriate at this location. And apart from that, to answer some of Paul's reservations about future demand for this type of a use, the opportunity to provide residential uses in a wide array, I think points to the fact that this type of zoning is potentially what can be appropriate at this location if the idea of dentist offices or beauty parlors is not what meets the demand, then the array of residential uses within the C2 is also appropriate. So I think the way the zoning was designed is something that can adapt to this location and can be compatible with the adjoining residential uses and actually the adjacent even the ranches next door that to the east. It's a low impact type of C2 zoning, and I think it would be appropriate at this location.
Well, then, on that note, I will say that there's an error then in the staff recommendations on number 22. It says C1, and it should say C2. At least in looking at it. I think that's the one from October. So that being said, and what's going on there, I don't really think that there may be an opportunity for us for sometime in between now and there to better define C2. We may end up with C2A or C2 something else that helps define better that particular zone in that particular area. So I don't have a problem with it being not R1 or R2.
Dan, what do you think?
I guess that when I originally saw this, I just didn't feel like it fit for me, but I had no criteria to base that on. And the more I'm sitting here listening to this discussion, I'm more comfortable with that change. There's a lot of unknowns here, but about this, other than it doesn't feel right to say that it shouldn't be changed.
Travis?
My gut right now doesn't really like commercial being part of the development at all. Just my initial reaction to it. Me personally, one of the reasons that makes Stevensville really appealing to me is the Main Street atmosphere. And I think we're also speculating on what type of business will eventually go in there, because ultimately that is going to be up to the landlord. That also comes down to wanting to make money, right? Once granted that zoning, we don't really have any control of what type of business is going to go in there long term. That's just my initial feeling. So
Just quickly looking through what is allowed in C2, most of it is right in line with everything they're saying, but there's a few things in there that would make me question that too, trying to like a cellular tower. Not that I can imagine they would put a cellular tower there, but they would be allowed to without asking.
Right.
A large commercial scale parking lot or transportation lot, it said. Again, can't imagine, but God, that would kind of suck. So I don't know. I don't know if the restrictions could be put on there or quite what the best approach there is.
yeah, it seems like it could potentially just take away from Main Street business. I have a lot of family that lives in Charleston, South Carolina, and there's a lot of newer developments that are built in a similar fashion, where each development has its dentist office, its daycare, small grocery store, that sort of thing. And it seems like it really takes away the personality of the town to me. But again, just it's a lot to absorb in one meeting for myself too.
I think the approach permit's going to help define some of that as well, depending the level of service that's going to be required to on that road. If it requires a left turn lane or something like that, depending on the traffic volume that would be required, is certainly going to be a discussion that hopefully someday is had with the Road and Bridge Department in Valley County. And I don't know, is the developer willing to address Megan's concerns about the cell tower and the transportation parking?
Well, I'll take a stab. John stepped away for a moment, but I'm not a zoning expert either, but I didn't see in C2 how you could have cell towers. That seemed odd to me. The other comment I guess I have, and I said on the planning board in Missoula County, and we're always told with zoning, you accept it. You can't condition zoning. You accept it all or none. You don't zone something with conditions. It's you zone it or you don't. So I'm not sure from a legal standpoint if you can zone it with conditions. But I'm not the expert there. That's what we hear a lot. So I take that with a grain of salt. But I don't know. John was looking at that about the cell tower. Maybe Megan could clarify that. And I think the other one she said was cell tower. And what was the other one?
Okay, John, ordinance 154, page 42.
I was just looking at the use charts.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Megan?
Yeah, page 42.
Of the
Ordinance 154, like that.
Okay.
It looks like a chart to me.
I
don't think we have the page number.
Anyway,
show that again.
Share your screen.
Okay.
Now we can't
see that?
No. Oh,
okay.
See, okay, hang it right there.
10.
So we see.
I'm right. My right or you're right?
Okay.
You got that?
Yep.
Okay, we got it. Thanks, Megan.
Yeah.
And you're correct in the C2, the cell towers, a permitted use with landscaping and fencing required as screening and also a height limitation of 47 feet, which is fairly tall, but I don't know.
Pretty tall.
Cell towers have to be taller than that to meet current requirements.
Well, there's already a cell tower behind the high school. East of the high school, there's already a cell tower. So, and it's
Right.
taller than 47 feet.
Yeah.
And a high volume traffic parking lot wouldn't create any income. I mean, even if.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Because people in Montana.
I'm just pointing out.
pay to
I'm
park.
pointing out what's in there.
Yep.
John, do covenants address that commercial development at all? You're muted, John Kellogg.
Yeah, I don't think he heard you.
Oh,
John,
John Kellogg,
can you hear the mayor?
did you hear my
Pardon?
question? Did you hear my question about the covenants and addressing the commercial development? I guess I was just curious if I hear, Andy's point is we can't conditionally zone something. And I think part of the board's previous conversation was maybe the development of a different zone had characteristics of C2. But I was just curious if the covenants of the subdivision addressed what kind of businesses can go in to the development or not.
They currently do not limit it other than what's allowed in the zoning.
Okay.
You are correct, though, that the covenants could be adapted to specific concerns that the town or the developers might have, so that they would make sure that a type of development that is unwanted could be excluded from this outside of the zoning issue.
Right.
Well, then we've seen that even go a step farther. That it requires local agency to modify a covenant as well. So, you could say, well, we put a covenant in there, but what stops these people from changing it? You've seen even
Yeah.
more restrictive where you could say it covenant can't be modified without local governing approval as well.
Correct.
If there was
yeah,
something
yeah.
of that concern, I mean, that's a consideration, I guess, that
Mhm.
could be
Yep.
discussed as a condition if it was felt appropriate.
Thank you.
Is that a mitigation that the developer would offer?
We certainly would be willing to offer it, but we don't have the parameters that the board is looking for right now. What if the board would be interested in saying, okay, no cell towers? We could incorporate that into the covenants. But without guidance, we would need to know what the board is looking for, and we could appropriately respond to that.
I think if it was limited, speaking for the developer who unfortunately is not here, we sort of have limited contact with him. I think if it was a cell tower alone, I'm speculating they would be fine with something of that nature.
Mhm.
Diving much deeper into parking lot and landscaping and things, I think would certainly need to be something more specifically addressed with them independently, but.
Megan?
Yes, Craig?
Okay, it sounds like they're willing to put a restrictive covenant in, restricting cell towers.
So I'm sure you understand the cell tower was merely a placeholder for, it's not necessarily worried about. I'm just playing devil's advocate, picking one thing out of the C2 zoning that I think would not be ideal. So I don't know. But what's Greg, you're the only one who hasn't given an opinion.
Well, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of it out there. I mean, that's me, but at the same time, I can see the benefit to perhaps, if you want to call it a neighborhood, to have the convenience there. Unfortunately, it's not connected to the neighborhood. And I thought that was a deficiency in the subdivision proposal, but it's not my subdivision. So I don't write the rules on that, but if it were connected, I could see it have more of a benefit to the subdivision. In this case, it seems really detached from the subdivision. I don't know that it's going to do anything but increase the traffic burden on Middle Burnt Fork.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I'm thinking that is this part of the entirety of approving the subdivision? Because to me, it's almost a separate issue to change a zone. I mean, because
it's part of their proposal, though.
Is it part of the proposal? So we really can't take it as a separate issue.
Change the zone.
If I could interject a little bit, incorporated into that commercial area is a fire hall lot. And the concept there was that was appropriate in a commercial area rather than a residential area. For that reason, the Hoolies said, we can offer this to the town, and it appears to be a facility that the fire department has been looking for because of the way development has been occurring in this direction from the town. So I guess wrapped up in this whole commercial zoning proposal is that fire hall proposal to donate lot C12, I think it was, to the town. And so that type of use seemed appropriate in a commercially zoned area. So I guess that was one of the impetus, the reasons why we were going that direction with this rezoning proposal.
Are you saying, John, because I think the town in discussions with the town ultimately said they would zone that PLI or something for the fire hall and not have the fire hall on a commercial, but are you saying that that commercial creates a transition from a public land to a commercial and a transitional to multifamily to more single family as you work south to north?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, C2 zone still allows for a lot, as John mentioned, still allows for a lot of resident use. Not, there'll be room there for duplexes or fourplexes or a townhouse there as well. So C2 does not limit that to only business. So there are residential uses that can occur within that. So that may be something that happens there as well, if we're okay with that. The more we talk about this, the less enamored I am about it, because of one of the things that like Greg just mentioned, that there's really no connection to the subdivision. Not by vehicle. There is by path. I think you could walk to it, but I don't think you could drive to it. So I think that, if we're talking about more multifamily residential in that commercial area, then maybe we ought to consider trying to zone it R2 like it was originally intended, and and prescribing a different use for the fire hall. I mean, I certainly think that the fire hall is a good idea, since we're not going to connect it to the town any other way. That we ought to at least be able to provide faster fire service.
And John, we kind of talked about this earlier when I asked the question why the two weren't connected. But am I understanding right that C2 is separated from the residential, maybe partially as a conciliatory move towards Creekside?
That's way back in the back of the decision making. If you look at the original Creekside Meadows plan, it
went through.
Yeah, it looked at a connection that went straight through to the Middle Burnt Fork Road, didn't have any additional access onto Logan Lane. And so when we were redesigning it and looking at what was appropriate for that commercial development, we struggled with the concept of making a through connection to the multifamily part of Burnt Fork Estates, and in the end decided that was not necessary. We consulted the fire chief about this, and his motivation, I believe, if I could speak for him, for having a fire station out at this location, like I said previously, was because development is occurring in this direction. He was not concerned about having a direct connection through to the residential portion of Burnt Fork Estates, because it was adequate enough to be able to go immediately around on Logan Lane to get to address the emergencies that might happen in Creekside or in Burnt Fork Estates and Creekside Meadows. So we felt that since that connection was not critical, it was more important to look at drainage issues, parkland issues, and the potential for having a green space separation between the commercial and residential, even though the potential uses in the commercial district were compatible with the residential district. So in the long run, we felt that preserving that easement, that connection for the irrigation line, the drainage design, and everything taken together made more sense to have a separation with the dog park than to have a line that paralleled Logan Lane going between the commercial and the residential. Sorry about that long explanation, but there were a lot of discussions.
That answer your question, Megan?
Sorry. You had the same question, Greg. So, yeah. I still think it'd be nice if they tied together, but I get it that there's a lot more to consider in something like this.
I gotta let everybody know, we received another email comment letter at 7:24. I just got it from Jim Sayre regarding this subdivision. So hopefully we can, we may need to take a break to read it, but I want to make sure it's included since it was submitted during our meeting. So what's the board want to do with the C2 zoning request? It does have an impact on our traffic, local services. And it is part of the subdivision proposal. I don't know that if we were to deny the variance, or excuse me, the zoning request, then I think the subdivision becomes insufficient, the application, because this is part of the subdivision.
I'll start off by saying that email from Mr. Sayre was also submitted today at 11:15. He printed out what he said. Previously, it was an attachment. So the other thing that I'll say is number 23 in the staff recommendations allows for the town to revoke any licenses or I lost where I had it on my phone. So here we go. In the staff recommendations, number 23, the town of Stevensville reserves the right to revoke approvals, terminate, or enjoy the use of the property and order any structures removed if the applicants violate conditions of the preliminary plat. So I think that allows us to say that you put something in there that we hadn't really intended for you to do in that C2 zone. But to me, it's a financial gamble. They could try to do that and have nobody go in there.
I hate to do this, Paul, but I disagree. The only way Stevensville reserves the right is if the applicant violates any conditions of the approval.
Correct. I noticed that again as I read it. I'm sorry. But I will say that it is a financial gamble, a pretty big, well, the whole thing's a big financial gamble. But if they decide that I don't think that the best use of putting a fire hall out there is commercial. So I'm thinking that maybe one of the conditions should be that they re-examine whether or not that's how they want to approach allowing, or if that was their intent, was to use commercial to allow a fire hall, that there is another way of going about that.
I guess.
We're on. If I could want to bring up a point here that in the phasing plan, we anticipated a progress of phases 1 through 6 in the residential development occurring according to a timeline. We separated out the commercial phase because it depended on what the Hoolies found in terms of demand for the commercial lots in that subdivision. Its timeline then was intentionally kind of nebulous so that it could be filed at any point, we hope, over the 10-year time frame that our phases are proposed for the first 6 residential phases of the development. And this was kind of an intention because, like you have already expressed, the potential need or demand for these commercial lots is something that we anticipate is needed, but it is the most questionable part of the demand that we anticipate in this subdivision. So with that thrown into the mix, I think the concept of zoning it to the C2 and then looking to allowing the developer to look toward what the anticipated demand is for those lots is critical, because then that feeds back into meeting the city's expected dedication of the fire lot. The fire chief has indicated to us that he is patient with this process. And I don't mean to speak for him. I wish I could hear from him right now, but I think both of these future uses kind of tap together in looking toward what the demand for those commercial lots is. In the event that doctor's offices, barber shops, beauty shops are not something that's on the radar for what is needed in this location, the whole array of residential uses is potentially appropriate for the Hoolies to look into. And I think, having the flexibility there is something that would benefit both the Hoolies and the town of Stevensville, because that would allow us to move forward with both the idea of looking at low impact commercial uses or residential uses, along with getting the fire department involved and getting them on board with planning for what they could do with that, which is the largest lot in that commercial portion of the development.
One thing to add just to that a little bit, and to not belabor that point, but we have been in contact and discussions with the Hoolies for probably approaching a year now. And when they started this, they had some commercial, applications that would fit that C2 zoning day one. And we actually had a conversation with them just before this phone call, and they've identified other potential clients. So they do have some identified interest that seems to fit that C2 zoning. And, the other thing about that infrastructure is the way it's designed and set up, we believe we can bring that infrastructure available after phase two, relatively low cost. We could bring on that commercial phase. That was kind of that time frame that John was mentioning about when that plat would be filed. It kind of is a supply and demand issue, but that phase two infrastructure gets us close with lower infrastructure costs to go ahead and bring on the commercial phase if that demand is there. And like I say, they've talked to us about various opportunities that they have before them of individuals who've expressed interest to use commercial in that location. So it is speculative in nature. The long-term history, depends on, post-COVID and a number of things, work, live, that's a combination we're seeing, like Megan mentioned earlier. So I guess it's just an opportunity that they've seen opportunity. They wanted to have the opportunity there to be flexible, provide some diversity in product if that was available to them.
Tax have been folks looking at maybe a bakery or a coffee shop type of restaurant.
While we're talking about phasing, 76-3-617 on phase development, is we're required to have a schedule from you guys as to when the plans are going to be submitted and when the phases are going to be completed. And all we have is a ballpark of
10 years.
10 years.
If you look at the preliminary plat submittal on the phasing plan, we have specific dates that we're proposing to meet. Phase one would be submitted prior to December 31, 2022. Phase two would be submitted again prior to December 31st, 2022. Phase three is proposed to be submitted by December 31st, 2024. Phase four would be submitted by December 31st, 2026. Phase five would be submitted prior to December 31st, 2028. Phase six, the last of the residential lots, would be submitted prior to December 31st, 2030. Phase seven, the commercial phase, would be submitted prior to December 31st, 2030. And what I was indicating with the commercial phase is that it would potentially be out of sync with the residential phasing of development if it turned out that one, there's a demand for the light commercial lots, and it turns out that filing that prior to 2030 was appropriate. And in addition, if the fire department, it turns out, needs or it has a demand for building their fire hall prior to that time frame and would like to start planning for it, then we would like to ramp up the deadline for phase seven then that might be ahead of phase six or five or four. So we do have specific dates proposed for the 7 phases of the development. And
I didn't see them on the map. I was looking in the booklet, so thank you.
okay.
And of course, we all know that require a public hearing if we change the phasing, right, or go out of sync.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, I guess what we're proposing is that phase 7 out of sync is part of our proposal here. Phase 7 would necessarily have to occur after phases 1 and 2 are completed because the infrastructure is necessarily there. but it could be filed at any time after that, depending on the demand for those commercial lots and depending on the demand for the fire station.
I think at one point on that line, we just called it a commercial phase and not a number. If numbers get people in a lather, you could call it commercial phase. And commercial phase could be anywhere in that sequence.
We're throwing it a range of questions at you, and we apologize that this is unusual. But given the circumstances that we're proposing within this subdivision, we think it's appropriate that the sequential phasing of the residential uses is important. That's not necessarily true of the commercial phase. And so that's what I was trying to explain.
Thanks, John. So back to the C2 zoning. I just have to be honest with the board that I have a concern, especially if you look at the C2 and the high density residential uses and the traffic impact on a 2-lane Middle Burnt Fork Road. And I think up in that area, I think it's 45, but I'm not sure. Would have a higher impact on that road than would your mom and pop stores that you were talking about. And that's certainly something that would have to be discussed when you go before the Road and Bridge Department on an approach permit.
Quick response, yes, it is 45 along there.
Thank you. Board discussion?
I think all this kind of falls upon the approach permit on whether the Road and Bridge Department is going to, how they are as, since they've denied the original and haven't entered into negotiations with the developer yet about how that's going to work out. So I think that may partly solve itself if they end up having to move the approach to a different location. That may end up, kind of settling how this is going to go. But like they said, the original plat for this subdivision, that was the only other outlet from this subdivision was onto Middle Burnt Fork Road. One on Logan and one on Middle Burnt Fork. That was it. There was no other. So at this point, what I'm gonna tell you is since it, we're a little bit off the rails of where we were. I think we need to make sure that that we continue to communicate about where this approach permit is with the county, so that we can determine. So I would have to say that at this point we'd have to allow the C2 zone as long as the county's going to allow them approach permit, or maybe they're not, or maybe they're going to force them to move it to a location that doesn't really make it work. So that makes it kind of, in my opinion, kind of makes it out of our hands somewhat. I mean, we can still make a determination here, but that determination is denying their zone, which makes the application insufficient.
Which makes answering the question on effects on local services, roads, and traffic a little more difficult. Because without having a permit, a preliminary permit in hand, we have a hell of a hard time identifying them.
Well, to me, that's part of this whole thing is somewhere along the line, you're going to get you have to figure out whether you're cart before the horse or not. So this is one of those instances where I think we're a little cart before the horse. Until we know the result of the approach permit, we don't really, in fact, I'm not sure where we are on either of the approach permits. Because there's the one on Logan too, and I don't know if that's been allowed. And I know that the one on Middle Burnt Fork has been denied, so we're gonna need to do there's some negotiation there so that we don't really know where we stand as the Planning and Zoning Board until we're able to figure out where the Road and Bridge Department is at.
I agree, but I think our job we've been tasked with is to identify findings of fact, and we can't find a fact in here that I think is necessary to mitigate. Do you have any ideas?
Well, we certainly had a brilliant discussion about it, and I don't, unfortunately, think we came to a conclusion, other than I think that 75% of this is out of our hands. Because it's not our. Well, because 75% of this is kind of out of our hands, because it's not our road. If it was the town's approach permit that we were talking about, then we would be able to deal with how we wanted it done. But that's out of our hands. We can't make that determination. The town can't. Someone else has to do it. So we have to rely on somebody else to make their decision before we can make ours, before we can find a fact. So our finding of fact is that we can't make one because the approach permit hasn't been allowed at this point.
This sounds similar to the MDT.
Correct.
It is similar. I think it's something we need to address. The Planning and Zoning Board needs to address in the near future in our subdivision regs, such as they are, to require that information to be submitted with an application. But that's in the future. We have to deal with what we have now. So we'd have to have a letter or a condition, a condition of an approach permit, which I think already exists. So findings of fact, anybody have additional findings of fact that aren't included in the staff report?
Yeah, I heard something about mailboxes. Is there a letter from the Postal Service? Because I didn't see anything.
Yeah, let's just stick with the roads for right now though, Paul, if that's okay.
Yep, that's fine.
All right. So I think we could add a finding of fact that there are no approach permits yet acquired. So our conclusion would be they'd have to have those, and it'd be a condition. Would everybody be okay with that? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Okay. Any other findings of fact? On roads, sorry. Okay, should we move to effects on local services, police? We have two findings. Do we concur those are adequate findings of fact? Okay.
Greg, could I add something?
Sure, Andy.
Just, we had some discussions with Officer Marble, who's obviously moved on, and there was maybe some terminology, and I know what we've always intended, and the way the findings of fact talk about is an installation of a visual detector. Our position, and it talks about having actually maybe two of those at the north end and the south end. Our proposal, or what our desire was, is to have the speed sign, the speed illumination sign indicating posted speed and your speed, be a temporary sign placed at the north end. So if that's the concept of a visual detector, we're fine with that. Visual detectors I think of as if you think of as you drive past Sealy Lake up by Boy Scout Road, you get that visual detector that you're coming up to a blind intersection. It's a sight distance issue. And I think what we heard is more of a concern about speed. And so I just wanted to clarify to my belief, what I thought we heard from the residents, the town staff, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, was more about a visual speed sign and proposing one each of those at the north end when they traffic bails southbound off of East Side Highway onto Logan Lane.
I can say something to that. MDT is working on an expansion of East Side Highway south from Pine Hollow all the way to Birch Creek. One of the things that they're going to do is they're going to put a visual detection flashing light at Bell Crossing and East Side Highway, which detects traffic coming from either direction and illuminates the light at the intersection. And I think that's what the chief would like to do. I have no idea what the cost is, but I am certainly in favor of that at especially Logan and Middle Burnt Fork, that there be, when somebody's coming up to that intersection at a certain distance, that light comes on and flashes and says, hey, traffic is coming. So that it doesn't flash all the time. It only flashes when traffic is imminent. And it is something that exists.
We actually have one at the airport road and turn off on East Side in Hamilton. They are pretty effective. And that's what Chief Marble was requesting. I didn't know what one was until Paul explained it.
I believe that's what he's asking for. At that goofy as heck intersection at Logan and East Side Highway and the four-way in location at Middle Burnt Fork and Logan.
So this was an issue that seemed to get lost in translation between our staff meeting, Bill's notes and the staff report, and Andy brought this up previously. I was able to confirm it with Chief Marble before his departure. Actually, I think we did that back in October when we published the staff report the second time. The question had been raised and we confirmed with him, and he concurred that was what we wanted at that intersection for traffic.
And so if I understand that correctly, then you're asking for one at Middle Burnt Fork and Logan, I'll call the south end of the project, and also one up at Middle Burnt Fork and the East Side Highway?
I see that being a little confusing because
I see a number of problems. or
Logan and East
questions.
Side Highway is a multiple intersection right now. And trying
Well,
to,
there's two directions and you're also involving MDT.
Would it be easier if we put a flashing light at every intersection in the project? Would that simplify things for you?
Street lights?
yes,
That flickers?
or larger.
I guess, as far as the terminology, I just wanted to clarify what that expectation was. And the two installations sort of turns almost, because I also go down the road of what the visual detector does. It's a deterrent, it's a safety feature. And part of the traffic impact study was done because of the high incident of crashes at Logan and Middle Burnt Fork. There was modifications done in 2018 and subsequently in 2019, the traffic research he did with MDT found no indications. And his findings were it was going to take several years to decide if those remedies, there's already been remedies, I guess what I'm saying is proposed. There's already been implications proposed at Logan and Middle Burnt Fork. So to just come in now and put up visual detectors before these others have even vetted, because you can get into a situation of overkill. And those visual detectors are great when you come around blind intersections or crest or sags, or when you don't have visual detection. That's your cue that someone's up there. I heard more concern from the locals about speed, and I don't know what the visual detectors is going to do for speed. And I guess if that's the case, we just need to clearly understand what that is. And then that concept of that speed sign we've been talking about probably goes away.
So from my memory of the conversation, and Bill, correct me if my memory's off, but I think that the primary discussion here was around Logan Lane and Middle Burn Fork, because East Side Highway and Logan had its own issues. Was it the intent to do both?
Here.
I'm not hearing you for some reason, Bill.
I got belt and suspenders on. I have 2 mute buttons. My understanding and what was in my notes is that it was both locations, but granted, you guys were in a room and I was zooming in and everybody was talking. You know, it may have been that the speed detector was wanted on the East Side Highway intersection, as Andy has described, and visual detection at Middle Burnt Fork and Logan Lane. But I put it in the staff report how I had it written in my notes, and because that's all I know at this point in terms of what I understood from the meeting we had.
So I guess with that, you know the options, planning board. What are your thoughts? I mean, I think it's very clear from the staff report that the police chief wanted some, I mean, we're back into this traffic circle thing. I mean, we're in this never ending roundabout, it seems. And so I think you get these, there was some concern from the chief of police regarding traffic at those 2 locations. How it's addressed, I think, is largely left to you and the council.
Anybody have any comments?
Yeah, I think that, you know, I agree with what Andy's saying, and John, that trying to do visual detector at East Side Highway and Logan Lane would be blinking all the time for people that weren't coming that way and traffic going every direction. I do think that would probably help at Logan and East Side Highway, because one of the things that I have noticed being in transportation is that it is flipping dark out there. And some of the accidents that have occurred have been because it's dark. You can't see. And you have to get up to the intersection to be able to see traffic coming on Middle Burnt Fork. So I think that would help at that intersection. I think a speed detector right where it flashes in everybody's eyes in Creekside Meadows would be another great idea. Because, yeah, it does look like people are going really fast. It does. It really looks like they're going fast, but they're not. I've never had anybody pass me there, and I drive that 3 times a week.
Dan,
Well, I would never ride my bike or run out there.
They're going fast if you're only going 5 miles an hour, Paul.
I guess to follow up what Paul was saying is that the Logan Lane Middle Burnt Fork Road intersection is what the traffic engineer identified as having a higher than
Industry standard.
Industry standard
Accident ratio.
accident. Yeah. So that's an important intersection. That it surprises me that there haven't been more accidents at East Side Highway and Logan Lane, given the weird type of intersection. Maybe people know when they're coming down there that, boy, this is a stupid intersection. I better watch out. But it would seem to make more sense in my mind to do what the police chief is saying at Middle Burnt Fork and Logan, and instead of at the East Side Highway and Logan Lane.
I guess I could offer a hybrid. We've got a condition that addresses this specifically, and I think it is a condition. I mean, one possibility is, I guess, and we don't have, obviously, we've got a new, at least an interim police chief involved now who maybe has some history or not. We could always leave a condition like that open to say a visual detector and or speed detector as deemed appropriate by the town of Stevensville and the potentially Valley County Road and Bridge Department, because those are players in those two intersections, I suppose. I don't, we could leave, I guess, as an and/or subject to agency approval if we need to pull those people in and get their opinions.
I like that idea. I really think the intersection at Middleburn Fork and Logan is a dangerous intersection, and we've been fussing over that for the last 10 years. And the intersection at the other end at East Side Highway, I don't, if anything, I think the detector is going to add confusion rather than to enhance it. And you know, why we need either one, there's a stop sign both ends, but apparently that doesn't work as well. And I think you're right, Andy, and I hate to say that publicly, but I think the and/or working with both agencies is the right way to go.
And just to ask maybe a stupid question, and maybe it's already up there, I've never drive that road. Is the speed limit posted well, going both directions? It is. Okay.
It is.
I like the idea of putting in a contingency for and/or, depending on agency approval or recommendations.
You know, I could take it one teeny step further, because I've always wondered that what really wouldn't be more appropriate on Logan would be some rumble strips coming into that stop sign as an indicator then, you know, and maybe it could just say, you know, or other means deemed appropriate. You know, we've suggested a couple, but maybe, you know, with the consultation, we find out that it's a rumble strip that's more appropriate.
Dan, what do you think?
I think the and/or option that Andy presents is a pretty good idea.
Trennis?
Agreed on all the above, really. The rumble strips would be a very inexpensive option, and they definitely catch your attention. Middleburn Fork and Logan, super dangerous. I like the idea of the speed detector light there, and then potentially reassessing what we need to do on Logan for speed later on. I think it would just be really wacky to have anything change with East Side and Logan. I think that intersection is already so convoluted that, you know, adding some lights out there is just going to confuse everybody. I think it just needs to be completely redesigned when the time comes.
So I'm going to put words in your mouth, but we have concurrence on the findings of fact. With an either or and the condition. All right, effect on local services for fire department. 2 findings of fact. Any additional staff information we need? Bill? Brandon?
Nothing further on fire.
Do we have concurrence on the findings of fact for effect on local service under fire? All right, effects on natural environment. The proposed subdivision is not anticipated to have any effect on the natural environment. Do we have concurrence on that?
I mean, technically that's not true, right? But I get it. But technically it's not true.
So how would you reword it, Megan?
But everything we do has an effect on the natural environment, Greg.
No, I agree. Would you change it to minimal effect or in, no,
I mean, I don't, it's
no
the
significant-
point. I get the point. It's just, it's kind of a silly one to have in here, frankly.
Yeah, maybe use significant effect, but I agree with that it's kind of a throwaway statement that's not true.
It's a total throwaway statement, and like, why even put it in there?
well, that's why I read it. In the county, we would use has no significant effect.
I would disagree with that one too.
Yeah,
but-
even though you could say prove that, prove it. Somebody could say prove
Yeah.
it, and we don't have any data to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Now,
think
the
that,
next one makes more sense to me, right? That can be a proven fact, right? Somebody can have looked at wildlife migratory paths, et cetera, and
Right.
say it's not affected. But the one above it is a throwaway statement, in my opinion.
Yeah, the natural environment that was there has already been affected 100 years ago.
Right,
Turned it into-
right.
I mean, even though it looks like it's natural, it's a pasture. That's not
I mean-
natural.
One way to look at this, I think, is that any development is going to have an impact, as you've already expressed. What development in this location adjacent to town in the city limits is going to have is less of an impact than this many lots or developments spread out across the countryside in 2.5, 5 acre, 10 acre lots. Our impact is going to be significantly less than what would occur if this development were allowed to happen in an unplanned fashion out across the county.
Yeah, worded like that, I completely agree.
Say that again, Megan?
I completely agree with John's wording of that. This is less of an effect on the natural environment, for sure. But
So we could say it reduces the effects on the natural environment. I mean, I don't know how we'd put it in there, capture it. This is where we put in like full cutoff lighting to protect the night sky sort of things.
well, let me tell you what, that is actually that's in the city, and I'll be damned if it's actually anybody around here does that. So
It is one of the conditions in our.
it is in our, yeah, because I wrote it and put it in there, and nobody adheres to it.
Well done.
Hot topic, Greg.
We've actually found recently in working with Northwest Energy that they are onto this too, and I hope we can jump on that when lighting occurs if this subdivision goes through.
All right, so are we going to accept the language of the throwaway statement? Thumbs up?
I'll go along with whatever everybody wants.
All right. Effects on wildlife and wildlife habitat. Do we have concurrence?
Somebody actually, yeah, look at that. Or was it just an assumption? It's
John,
pretty good,
you
but I'm
guys
just
went out and walked the property and looked for sign and evidence?
Living near this property, I guess I'm fairly familiar with the potential for wildlife habitat. If the truth were known, I've seen fox dens. Maybe they were on the school property now that I think about it. But we've found that, and foxes aren't endangered. They're just another
Predator.
aspect of wildlife. I've in marching over this property and looking around for habitat that's significant for species other than whitetail and mule deer, there is no significant habitat here that we're affecting.
Board discussion? Anybody want to amend this statement?
Montana Natural Heritage.
Montana Natural Heritage Program is who?
We, at the county, we require a letter from the Montana Natural Heritage Program to just identify a sensitive species on a property. And we could ask that to be a condition.
It sounds good to me, but I don't want to be the only one.
Paul?
It's a pasture. There's probably whitetail. There's probably a bunny rabbit or two, but I don't think there's anything of significance there that hasn't been eradicated previously.
Yeah, it's probably pretty low risk. I mean, you could change the wording because it's a little wishy-washy to say that it's not anticipated to have an effect. Well, what does that mean? But again, we might be just parsing words here on a really low risk statement. We got other things that are bigger than this.
Trennis?
Pretty much a moot point. I think the deer are probably going to eat better because the grass is watered.
Fair point. All right, so do we have concurrence on it? I see that bandaged thumb, so. All right. Next on public health and safety.
Traffic, which has been overkilled. Just needs to be reiterated is all. On accidents. It's been hashed out. Just gotta be straight.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. There's, based on, just the topography. I mean, it's, I think that I remember that the last time we did a significant water study in that area, it was determined that if the dam up at the top of the headwaters of Burnt Fork were to somehow fail, that the extent of the water that would be coming down basically middle Burnt Fork Road would be not over a depth of 10 inches. When it got to town, that was when it got to College Street, no, Park Street. So it might be a little bit more when it was there at Logan Lane, but that would be the nearest natural disaster that, well, it's not really even a natural disaster. That would be a man-made disaster of a man-made dam failing.
So another aspect of public health and safety, hate to go there, but we will, back on traffic and the public health and safety issues that were identified when we also dealt with local services. I think all it needs to be is that you reiterate the traffic stuff that you had up in the local services, also just reiterated in the public health and safety, of how you've mitigated some of the public health and safety issues with lights and having MDT weigh in and those kind of things.
That's again, that's the way we do it at the county. That's what do you guys think? And ladies?
That makes good sense. I mean, basically you're just referencing above the traffic conditions.
Yep.
And the letter from MDT.
Dan?
I'm nodding, yes, but
Okay.
you can't see because of my lighting.
Trennis? He's nodding too and a thumb.
Also, he was mentioning there is the potential high groundwater, and that's been mitigated. Okay.
All right, we have the provision, so we have thumbs up and concurrence on effect on public health, safety, and the provision of easements, and we talked about the downstream water user easements as well as the utility easements, right? So can we add downstream water or water facility easements under this easement as well as having it up under water user facilities?
Should.
Is the developer's agent okay with that? Andy, John, okay. Provision of legal and physical access. This is where I have some concerns. We can't demonstrate legal access onto the C2 zoned lots. Currently, in this proposal, it doesn't exist.
I would suggest that the condition of approval that says we need to obtain an approach permit would address that question and would be an important step that is needed to get to that point.
Do we have concurrence on that?
It seems like that's what we talked about previously in regards to that. But I'll defer to somebody that knows this area better.
Well, the way I read Montana code, we're required to just demonstrate that at subdivision review. And we can't do that because it hasn't been done. So conditioning it, I think it's a little gray, but I don't know where else we go from here. Paul?
Well, I think it's back to where we were explaining before, because that is something that we don't have control over. I mean, normally in a subdivision review, like the county does, all the roads are either private or county roads entering onto a road that they don't have control over. So,
well, we required on MDOT roads, but that's
right.
That's the way we do business.
And you get approach permits.
Yeah,
as a condition of approval.
No, we get an approach permit, a preliminary approach permit as a requirement for a review. We deem them insufficient applicants if they don't have that. But again, this is my first time going through it with you guys, so I'm learning and have a hard time teaching me new tricks.
That's the difference to me, is that in a subdivision of my experience with the town is that we expect that a subdivision within the town, we have control over all the roadways, or there's already approach that exists. And in this case, since there wasn't an approach that existed, and we have to have one, it kind of falls outside of the normal procedure. So conditioning it to me is kind of makes it, having to either work the way that they have preliminarily platted it, or they have to come back and redo it because that way doesn't work. So if they don't get what they have to have, then they have to do it differently. And we're okay if they get what they designed. But if they don't get what they designed, then they'll have to try something different. So we're making an assumption that they will get what they designed. And that's kind of what the whole thing is. So if they don't get what they designed, then they have to come back to us and say, we had to change it, and this is what it's going to look like now.
I guess to add to that from our perspective, we're doing a lot of work in a county that's close to Montana, north of you guys. And we do a lot of subdivisions in that county. And that's a typical approach. They do not require us to bring in a county approach permit or an MDT approach permit at a sufficiency state. And we get put through pretty rigorous review in that nearby said county. And it's not to say it's right or wrong, either of the policies. You just guys have different approaches. But, to think that another county is using that and it's been vetted and tested, it seems like it's been working in that to have a condition that you need to get appropriate permits for it to be county, state, or whoever that jurisdiction is. That's a condition of approval. And so we're comfortable with that if you guys are.
Do we have concurrence? All right. So we are now to the conformance to the adopted Stevensville growth policy. One finding of fact. Concur?
I would have to go back and look at the growth policy to be specific. And I would imagine that Ron and Andy have looked at it to be specific. But we're back to interior roads. I think that was one of the things that the growth policy talked about. So if we were to add something to this, it would be that they had done some investigation on making a connection at 3rd Street and making a connection at Phillips Street, and that had been severely unpopular with the local population.
What's the board think?
I do remember the lengthy conversations we had about wanting to try to interconnect streets when we are updating that growth policy. So I think it is, and because that was one of the first questions that I had, was why it doesn't connect through. So that's probably good to note that it was looked into anyway.
I'm wondering, John, if it would be possible for you to get a statement from the school objecting to Phillips Street going all the way out to this subdivision. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be too hard to get one from people on Creekside Drive objecting to the street.
We, from our perspective, we did look at 3rd Street when we looked at traffic alternatives, and the very rough price tag that was thrown at that project was $1 million. No
Yeah,
matter
your checkbook, John.
how nice it or how wide the sidewalk was, it was going to be $1 million.
Just a couple of things to add. Yes, Paul, we've had the discussions with Superintendent Bob Moore that he does not want the connection to Phillips Street. Their plans are not nailed down into the future, but one of the documents I recall seeing recently that the school district had for a long-range plan called for extending Third Street up across the supply ditch up to the parking lot adjacent to the ballparks there. I've not seen that recently, but that's something that I think kind of makes sense from the school's perspective. If that were to occur, the connection up to Willow Street in Creekside Meadows would provide a connection a roundabout, but similar to what is generally being discussed of a way to get from downtown Stevensville to Creekside Burnt Fork Estates area. And I think considering the potential that the school district will want to establish a new high school building location up in probably in the line of where Phillip Street would go, it makes a lot of sense to have a connection around that future school location that would fit in with the school district's plans. I'm sorry, Mr. Moore's not here to probably dispel all of the suggestions that I've put forward here, but I think that the connections are potentially there, and I think we've provided an adequate plan for those to come through and not interfere with the school's long-range plans. But sorry for that long answer, but in short answer, I'll talk to Superintendent Moore about getting a letter according to the lines of what you're asking.
The other long-range plan I'll mention, John, is the 2006 Master Streets Plan does call for Third Street to be extended to Creekside, which is part of the rationale why we price tagged it, to just see what that would cost when we looked at the subdivision and its impacts.
All right, any other comments from the board? All right, do we want to quickly go through our conditions? Anybody?
Yeah, I think we better. I made notes, but I lost track at some point.
Thank you. I'd like to go through them too. I know on the preliminary plat approval for all phases valid for 10 years. We have the dates on the plat that they're proposed, but we also discussed today that there may be some request for latitude on phase 7. I don't know how we capture that in this condition. Does anybody have a suggestion?
Yeah, change it to 7. Change it to 7 years.
Well, our suggestion potentially is don't even call it, just relate to it as a commercial phase that could be filed in any subsequent order. Take it out of the numeric lineup, if you will, and just it's referred to as a commercial phase that could be filed
after 1 and 2, right?
10 years from now, but could be out. That way, it's numerically not out of sequence.
But doesn't that change your timeline?
Well, those are end dates.
Yeah, those
you
are
can always
end
do them
dates,
earlier.
So that we would be filing that commercial phase prior to 2030, I guess is.
You can also come back for any plat. You know, there's an option if you're off schedule. There's always the option reserved that they can come back and request extensions, you know, if that's appropriate, or a change of order. We could move all the pieces around and reorder it and come back and ask for a condition that we reorganize the phases, but that would be obviously coming back to council to ask to reorganize phases. I think the only latitude we were looking for was just the flexibility in filing. We say we file phase 1, 2, and then we want to file the commercial phase that that's okay, and then we file phase 3 and 4 and 5. That was what we were trying to achieve, I think. I guess that also being said, if there is not a problem to file in a sequential fashion, then I'm not sure there's a problem at all.
Yeah, and
I kind of think that sounds like a problem though, because the concept is it's a building infrastructure that one needs to go before 2, 2 needs to go before 3. So that's why we thought if that was just called a commercial phase, it kind of its pecking order goes away.
that commercial phase is saying, as far as the infrastructure goes, phases 1 and 2 need to be filed before we're going to be able to connect the commercial phase to the water and sewer. And so I guess what an alternative may be is to say that commercial, rather than calling it phase 7, call it commercial phase, to be filed sometime between 2022 and 2030. Because we would need to have, like I said, the infrastructure in place with phase 2 in 2022.
Yeah, well, the staff recommendation for number 1 is just that all phases are valid for 10 years. And what I'm saying is that I would like to shorten that to 7. So that because if some of the criteria that you're talking about happen, you're going to need less time, or you're going to need a lot more time, and you can file for an extension then after that time period. I just have a problem with 10 years. I'd like it to be less. Unless everyone else is okay with 10, and then I'm in the minority.
Is there state law?
Well, originally before this, it was 3. The first condition was 3 years.
Yes, when before phasing occurred, it had to be done in 3 years. And then phasing sort of opened up the opportunity to extend it out for a longer.
I thought there was some guidance in state law that kind of set that as a bumper, but maybe others with more intelligence than that have opinions.
Paul, is your interest in shortening that just to be able to have a little more control that far out? If things, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, we've dealt with this before. I mean, look what happened with Ted Meadows. And then look what happened with Twin Creeks. It was the same way. And to be honest, it happened with George Smith as well. It sat empty for 6 years before anything happened. And then all of a sudden, boom, same thing with Twin Creeks. I mean, bankrupted a guy before the bank came in and had a fire sale on all the lots. So, and the same thing kind of happened with Creekside. So we're in that economic era where 5 years from now, the economy can tank again. So I want to make sure that if something like that does happen, the developer is going to say, hey, I got to do something about this. I can't just walk away.
Under current state law, they're required between each phase or before the next phase begins, there's a public hearing before the governing body. And if they ran in timeframes, they could extend it at that time as well. So it's shortening up. I don't think is going to be a real problem for them. But I don't know. I'd like to ask the developers for their preferred.
I think our preferred is 10, but we can live with what you're comfortable with.
I'm hearing 7.
Just anecdotally, the phase development code requires that the final plat be approved within 20 years of your preliminary plat.
Yep. Is it up to 20, isn't it?
With conditionally approved or denied within 20 years of the date of the overall phase development plat.
So what's the wishes of the board? Paul, you've expressed yours pretty clearly. Megan, you concurred with Paul, I believe.
That was Dan.
Says 7. I'm good at sign language. Nice to see more than one finger. Trennis? You're on a different screen with me. I can't, I have to scroll over.
I'll go with the 7. I'll go with the team.
Okay. So you guys are okay with that, as I understand it, the developer's agent, shortening the phasing to 7? Okay. Condition number 2, the applicant proposes a change. If the applicant proposes a change to the preliminary plat approval, but before the final plat approval, the applicant shall submit proposed changes. You can all read as well as I can or better. Any concerns, questions?
No problem with 2.
Trennis was okay with it. 3, pretty straightforward.
Yep, no problem with 3 or 4.
And now we're moving. Must be getting close to midnight. Existing water booster station shall be upgraded. Everybody okay with that? And call concurrence. 6.
Greg, is this where we wanted to add in the bit about putting in the public comment?
Yeah, I think either here or, because I wrote in master or must have DEQ beneficial water rights at each phase prior to filing final plats. Is that what you're talking about, Megan?
Well, we talked about adding in all the public, all the
Oh, public comment.
public comment. That's what I was talking about.
But that has to go along with the submittal, the permit queue.
Just to clarify, both of those are requirements that we're being extensively asked through on every subdivision or every entitlement through DEQ. They specifically say we want planning board comments, we want city council comments, and we want a DNRC letter. That's kind of SOP right now for the DEQ. But if that condition is concerning and necessary, you know, if that's what's comfortable, we're good with it. It's standard now anymore. They ask for that every time to get DEQ approval.
I think based on public comment and citizen concern, I think it's important that we put it in as a condition.
To recognize it.
I think there's a level of concern that needs to be recognized. Thanks for bringing that up, Megan. Are we, do we all concur?
With number 6?
6, yes. Number 7. Pretty straightforward. Concur?
We're on 6. 7. Are we on 7 or 6? Sorry.
We're
That
on
was 7, I think.
So the only one I had there, I added a condition 25, but I'm wondering, could we just put all utility and irrigation easements to protect downstream users? Could we integrate that
I
comment?
was gonna say the exact same thing.
Yeah, That makes sense.
irrigation.
This said irrigation.
That's where we're addressing easements, so we could just have a comment about irrigation easements to protect downstream users.
And don't we have another easement? We're talking about the walking path on the west side of the subdivision?
Yeah, as a public utility easement.
I think that's already in their proposal, isn't it?
It is, but just, if we're
Conditioning
talking
it
about
makes it better.
easements, we make sure that's captured in here and it's a condition. It doesn't disappear.
Yeah, you weren't gonna develop it, but you were gonna leave an easement in there for a walking path. Those-
Yeah. Well, we could just clarify that as all utility, public access and utility easements, drainage easements, irrigation, you could lump that all in one category, I think.
Let's do that.
Let's try to be a little bit more specific.
Yeah, sure. So we wanted to add public access and utility.
Drainage, irrigation.
And drainage.
Drainage. Okay.
We have concurrence? Well,
Andy's not a voting member.
Andy's concurring.
Concur to number 12. I could skip to 12.
Number 8, concurrence on stormwater.
Yeah.
Okay. 9. We have concurrence, everybody? Dan's got it.
Which one are we on? I'm sorry, which one are we on again?
We're moving to 10. We just had concurred in on 9.
Okay. Okay, so 9 and 10. 9 and 10 were concurred?
No.
No, we're on 10.
Oh, okay.
We're on 10.
So the question on 10 still remains in my mind is how do we arrive at 200 and not
2,000?
300 or 2,000, or you're right. I
Or
mean,
50.
what's the basis of this number?
Did I miss something?
Are you prepared to defend your $200, John? Because I'm prepared to raise it to 300.
I think what we talked about was getting, maybe I'm confusing my things now, but getting a letter from MDT actually talking about what the impact there would be, but then how we translate that into a monetary amount, I don't know.
I think those are two separate issues, honestly.
Okay.
I kind of hate to mix those streams myself. I think this is a gratitude of token today that provides something, because that MDT could be who knows when down the road. It could be a decade from now. It could be a long time out. It was intended to provide some kind of improvements that could be used, and I mean, that's not identified to that intersection. If that's widening of Logan, if that's money in the pot today for a project that the jurisdiction would find appropriate today, if it's restriping, resurfacing, I mean, that's really money donated to that the appropriate jurisdiction for future offsite related improvements as a capacity being assumed in the grid. And so that's why I kind of don't want to, and whether it's used for East Side and that intersection, it's Logan that we've heard concerned about. It could be applied to any of those areas, I believe.
So here's the county's concern is we do pro rata share based on traffic count, additional traffic count generated by a subdivision, condition of the road in question that serves the subdivision, and come up with a prorated share of those improvements. And what we're talking about here is, I see appropriate jurisdiction, but who defines who the appropriate jurisdiction is? If my concern as a county commissioner is
Oh,
This subdivision comes up $200 a lot to Stevensville. The county has to do upgrades on Logan or Middle Burn Fork. And the county says, or the city says, I think we're gonna work on Phillips Street. It kind of serves it. That's my concern. We already got left holding the bag on the last time we put a subdivision on Logan Lane and we had to go in and rebuild it. So how do we address that? I'm just looking for equity.
well, it's still your road. It's still the county's road. I think they're the appropriate jurisdiction. Unless we state otherwise, you're the appropriate jurisdiction,
Where it says-
unless we get more specific.
Yeah, and our discussion with the mayor today said that half the road belonged to the town. I don't know how that we plow and grade and do that, so that raised one antenna a little bit on me. So I'm looking at how we do it, and I like your suggestion, Paul, but
Well, I think what Paul's trying to say is thanks for paving our half of the road. We appreciate that.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
now's the opportunity to pay for it.
This is the thing we've heard as a developer, and honestly, this is two jurisdictional issues that, we've got enough to bite off here with a subdivision and checking all the boxes, and this is where we're sort of caught in the middle of that answer. And so finding a hybrid to that, I guess, is that this dialogue. I mean, just obviously looking at obvious considerations, I guess you could go, each one gets half, and then they're specified, but I don't know if that solves that problem.
That means they're also giving 200 to the city.
Why couldn't if through the approach permit process, why couldn't the county assess whatever mitigation they want through that process? Meaning the county's going to acknowledge that those approaches impact their roads. And so wouldn't that be an appropriate time for the county to address compensation for those impacts?
Well, here's at least just my perspective is what we're talking about here are two county roads, right? Even though Stevensville has jurisdiction over the west half of Logan. And as I indicated earlier, we'd be more than happy to give you all of Logan, 100% of it.
Only if you pave it first.
We already rebuilt it.
Do it again.
You can't even say it with a straight face.
Well, no, here's where I am on that kind of stuff, is that if you include that mileage in your road tax number, then the road belongs to you. That you're collecting fees based on that mileage, or able to collect road tax or gas tax based on that mileage, which includes that portion of Logan Lane and that portion of Middle Burnt Fork. That makes it your road. That makes it your jurisdiction. Whether or not the town of Stevensville says they own half of it or not, doesn't matter. We're not collecting half of the road tax on that. You're not splitting that mileage. The county is not splitting that mileage with the town. You're collecting all of that mileage, gas tax for that mileage. That makes you the jurisdiction. Whether you will like it or not, that's what the Attorney General says. If you collect,
I'm going to give it to you, Paul. You can have it.
Go ahead. I dare you. I double dog dare you.
Is this at midnight? Is this where I step in and say, when you annex into the town, you have to bring everything up to current town standards before you do that? Is that right, Brendan?
Well, that's actually been a really important piece of this conversation about the roads adjacent to the city limits, is that when you read the annexation laws for towns specifically, anytime you bring in a piece of property, you're supposed to automatically take in the adjacent roads of that property. That didn't happen when this specific parcel was brought into the city limits, other than because of the way I think the mapping lies. there isn't like a dedicated right of way on the mapping for Logan Lane. The center line happens to be the property line. And that's how we come to the conclusion that maybe the west half is annexed and the east half isn't. And don't even look at it on Middle Burnt Fork. It's a nightmare. So, I mean, that's an important piece of probably a larger conversation that really has to happen at the council's level as to whether they're willing to take responsibility for these roads, understanding the technicalities around gas tax and claiming that mileage. You know, I'm not sure that, unfortunately, I'm not sure we have a definitive answer tonight. But yes, Greg, if you give us the road, you have to bring it to current standards.
I'm giving you the road and the pavement. You have to bring the rest of it up.
You throw in a plow.
We got no plow somewhere.
Is this problem solved by modifying number 9 to include they waive their right to protest an SID related to any potential future improvements to Middle Burnt Fork Road and Logan Lane, and their pro rata share to improvements to the East Side Highway intersection of Logan Lane, so that when that ever gets built, an SID can be created to fund a portion of that, and then the $200 can be just given to the town to pay for other impacts, or given to whoever. But you know,
I heard that.
Actually, you know, I don't have a problem with that, Bill, except that if there are going to be improvements made to East Side Highway and Logan Lane, Creekside Meadows needs to participate in that as well, because that's their main access to their subdivision, and put that on a different subdivision to improve that to their benefit is kind of unfair.
Paul, do you recall, was it a requirement of Creekside Meadows to waive an SID?
No. No, there was no SID requirement, because at that point, I can tell you, when we had that conversation, the county said, you can't have that road. No matter what Greg said, they told us the same thing with Middle Burnt Fork and Twin Creeks, and the same thing with Park Street, Park Avenue, Park Street, when we annexed the school. The county said, those are our roads. We need that gas tax money.
Really?
And really, I would not lie to you about that.
Wow. We put a lot more money into these roads than gas tax covers, I'll tell you.
Absolutely. I wouldn't disagree with that.
We need to talk after the meeting. Okay, so number 9, to bring these roads, the SID only applies to bring these roads into compliance per the town of Stevensville's development code. What happens when we're not bringing Logan Lane up and it's starting to fall apart? That is a problem.
I guess if we were going to go back to number 9 and using the symbology and consistency, why wouldn't we say bring these roads into compliance with the appropriate jurisdictional codes or whoever's in charge? That's what we were trying to leave this as. And so I agree with you. 9 all of a sudden kind of suddenly just says town of Stevensville. And if it's going to be a county road, it maybe needs to be a county standard or an MDT standard, you know? So maybe it just should be road into compliance with the appropriate jurisdiction as well. It's at least consistent.
Yeah.
And as this dialogue can continue, whoever that appropriate jurisdiction is, or whatever agreement that those jurisdictions come to, then we could follow the agreement hammered out by those appropriate jurisdiction. If it's 50-50, if it's 100-0, if it's 90-10, you know, we can write 2 checks to pay it once we are provided who the appropriate jurisdiction is, or their proportionate shares.
Thank you. Board, time to weigh in. Dan. Megan? She just smiles. Trennis? I can't see you, but I'm going to trust you're going to turn your mic on if you got something to say. All right, and we're doing the same thing with 10, basically, right?
Jurisdiction,
Appropriate jurisdiction.
which it already says.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So we have concurrence on 9 and 10, everybody. Speak up if you oppose it.
Just to clarify, the only change I heard was we're going to get rid of that Town of Stevensville Development Code Growth Policy and Streets Master Plan and just convert it to appropriate jurisdictions.
Yes.
That's the only changes in 9 and 10.
I think Paul said something about $300. I don't know.
I heard a few things in there. That's why I'm clarifying.
Paul said that until he realized it was going to the county, not the town.
Not when Stevensville gets a road.
Number 11. I think the appropriate jurisdiction, unless the mayor has a difference of opinion, is Ravalli County in both these instances, both these roads.
I'm okay with changing that to Ravalli County on Logan Lane and Mid-Burnt Fork.
I guess my only comment to that one, and I'm sorry you directed that question to the mayor and I jumped in, but what if, should it not be just appropriate again?
Say that again?
I jumped in maybe in front of someone, but should it just not be appropriate jurisdiction again? I've heard Logan Lane being passed and forth across the table in 10 years road from now when it says Ravalli County Road and Bridge Department, and on next year you give it to the town, then it's really to the town, again, the appropriate jurisdiction.
It's fine the way it is. It's fine the way it is.
Yeah, that was written specifically for that reason, in case something happened in the 10-year period, then you don't have a condition that's out of compliance with, but that they can't meet. FYI.
I answered that question and didn't lift a finger.
At least it wasn't an inappropriate finger.
At least not.
Well, go ahead, Megan. I'm sorry. So we have concurrence on 11. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
12.
You gotta talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
13 was the issue we talked about earlier, right?
Yep. What's gonna be?
What's the developer's preferred?
I can read it to you.
Express preference, I'm sorry.
Yeah, generally speaking, what I had indicated, what I would like to see is the internal subdivision roads. And I said, and related infrastructure for clarity. And I put in parentheses, water, sewer, curbs, gutter, sidewalk, and storm drain shall be designated within a public right of way and shall be owned, operated, and maintained by the town of Stevensville. In a nutshell, that was my objective.
Should be.
And Paul, didn't you agree with that because
Yes.
of tax reasons? So
Yeah.
couldn't this be done a little bit like Canadian medicine? In other words, you government health care, but then you buy your own policy too. So if they don't like when it gets plowed, they could plow it.
Yeah, absolutely. If that's what Creekside is doing now, then the homeowners and Burnt Fork Estates might want to do the same thing. The town will get to it when the town gets to it, but not having the town responsible for the maintenance of the roadways is a mistake. And every other infrastructure within that subdivision needs to be owned and operated by the town, because that's part of public health, safety, and welfare. We can't leave that up to somebody else. We have to do it ourselves. That's why you pay taxes.
So we captured the amended language provided by Andy.
You'll provide that again, won't you, Andy? In an email or
I'm
something like that?
curious how these modifications are being adjusted. I know someone's keeping notes and I assume I don't know, that might be Bill would amend the staff report with these because the ultimate conditions and the amendments are pretty small and I don't know what's going to happen there, but I would think at some point, if this were to move on and get approved, council ought to be getting a clean copy or the recommendations from planning board ought to be passed along to council with the suggested recommendations.
I think two things are happening. Megan, if I could say.
Oh, I ain't doing it now. Poor Janelle is doing it.
Megan was the secretary treasurer, but I believe this is being recorded, correct?
Yeah, I sure hope so.
And so I think from that, perhaps between the town clerk and Megan and I don't know who else needs to be involved, could prepare the revised list of conditions.
And just summarizing the essence of what I was saying, basically, is the roads within the public right of way and that 60-foot right of way, the infrastructure, as Paul's indicated, all the infrastructure, the roads, curb, gutter, sidewalk, water, sewer, storm drain, is all owned, operated, and maintained by the town. The association does not want to be in that position. If it sounds like if they so elect, the town isn't going to stop them from hiring a private person to augment or beat your plow there. But we're happy to receive the same high level of service that any other town of Stevensville resident has come to expect for the taxes.
And our staff will absolutely make those, minor changes that you mentioned in the report. It may be a small difference between a 3 or a 4 with a couple zeros after it over road maintenance, but otherwise you won't have to worry about that. We'll take care of it.
John, give that one the thumbs up. We'll say John said yes.
We go back to number
zeros.
Okay, so we have a thumbs up on 13 as amended. All right, 14.
Yeah.
Now, I put the feedback sign between 14 and 15, but we're amending 15, correct?
Yeah, 15 should read the and/or statement from earlier.
We have concurrence on 15 as amended, right?
Only question I would raise there, we had that and/or, we talked about the visual detector and the speed. I mentioned rumble strips, and I also mentioned it with concurrence that someone needs to sign off on that plan. We bring you a plan, and actually, in looking at this, it says Town of Stevensville Police Department. Is the Ravalli County, if they own Middle Bird Fork or Logan, are they going to be satisfied with the Town of Stevensville's Police Department signing off on said plan?
So we need to go back to appropriate jurisdiction.
That, and then I'm just curious about could rumble strips, if that is deemed after consultation with the agencies an appropriate measure? I just don't want to have an option that's somehow discounted. That's where I was thinking we could identify visual detectors, speed signs, or other devices deemed appropriate by the appropriate agencies.
Because you'll need to get an encroachment permit. We'll have to go through all that with the road department in our case. So I think it is more appropriate to do it by the appropriate agency.
So if the concept was approvable, I mean, it needs a little wordsmithing and adjustment, but if the theory and the overall principles understood, I think we're good with that.
I prefer not rumble strips. If we're looking at the speed notification sign and the visual, what do you call it, the visual approach sign and/or there, then I'm okay with that. I am a zero fan of rumble strips. Center side anywhere on roadways. They're in my opinion, they're for people who are not paying attention.
I think to clarify too, from the conversation that we had, the issue with the visual detector would be someone stopped southbound on Logan Lane and the visual detector alerting somebody that there's there. So if they were to pull out, you're aware that there's someone that might be there pulling in front of you. So then you tend to slow down. I think that was the gist of the conversation that we had around this topic. Like, so if you're driving eastbound on the middle of and and your headlights are dirty, so you don't have terrible headlights, and it's dark, and they don't see you, and they go to power, you're being notified that, hey, there's somebody at Logan Lane, and watch out, they may pull in front of you. Like, so that was the gist of it. I don't know how Rumble Strips takes care of that.
I thought the rumble strips were more effective to someone blowing the stop sign, alerting them to go, holy crap, something's going on here, before I blew through the intersection at 45 miles an hour heading southbound down Logan because I didn't stop.
Sounds like the voice of experience.
John?
I can tell you that a rumble strip never stopped anybody from doing anything except going off the side of the road if they'd already had 3 beers.
All right. So
I'm not bent on that. I'm just trying to keep the best available technology options open for the appropriate agencies to consider. So we're not locked into any one solution, but that's all.
okay, so we've captured that, I believe. And so do we have concurrence as amended? Okay. I lost Trennis again. Sometimes he's on my screen and sometimes he's not.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay. Adequate access, 16, adequate access to parks, common area, et cetera.
I would just add areas under behind common.
We have concurrence as amended?
Yeah.
Great. 17, concur?
Yep.
18?
Yep.
Concur? 19?
Real quick, Greg, I'm sorry. On 18, did we change the name of phase 7 or is it staying phase 7?
No.
I don't think we did.
I think we left it the same.
I heard conversation and I wasn't sure. Thank you.
So we did have some discussion on the parks, whether they're town-owned or HOA.
Creekside Meadows common areas are owned by the HOA, same with Twin Creek subdivision, so I don't see why to change that.
How does the retention pond fit into that, though?
That's the issue. There's the who's responsible for the retention pond.
And the other thing
In
I
the
throw
common
into there is that we've requested that this pathway goes, rather than just along Logan, it goes through the Burnt Fork Estate. But if it's private, you know, are they going to discourage people like me from running through there?
I think those can be resolved by the easements that we're proposing to put on the plats. The public drainage easement in the common area, and the pathway can be defined as an easement that.
I think it would be a public access and utility easement, so how that could be addressed, the pathway. Couple of things I've been hearing about this, and to clarify, one of the things I think is, I think condition 19 and 20 ought to be considered together because I don't think we need both. I think they're very redundant. I think our anticipation was that the parks common areas would be privately owned and maintained by the homeowners association for the present time. I also know that with DEQ, with the stormwater plan, we will be required to submit an O&M maintenance plan for the common area detention facilities, which will be a requirement of DEQ. So there's some assurance there that that area is maintained. That is a small clarification back to that public right of way. There is some element of the drainage system that is sort of this hybrid, that the detention ponds and pipes leading to the right of way are going to be privately owned and maintained by the association. Once they get to the right of way, that ownership sort of changes. So there is a small nuance there, and something that could be discussed is, does the town accept maintenance of the drainage system and the detention ponds outside of the right of way? I don't know, my inclination is probably they don't want that. And probably that larger part more comes, it's basically some mowing and some probably inlet maintenance or culverts. But it is an area that crosses my mind when we go down this path.
Well, didn't you just say that you'll have to present an O&M plan to DEQ for that?
Absolutely. It'll have to be
So-
a deal review, and ultimately we would have covenants that would have to have, instead of a road maintenance agreement, they're going to need a parks maintenance plan, a common area maintenance plan that would be integrated into the covenants. So I think there's coverage there, but I just want everyone to recognize there is that little odd spot you get into connection of the drainage facilities to the public right of way.
So when we talk about this, and we talk about these stormwater improvements, this drainage pond, in number 8, we dedicate all of those, oh, they're just approved by the town of Stevensville. Okay, I'm sorry. It must be late.
No, Greg, it's early.
We've now got into early. My experience with HOAs is they're either really good or non-existent. They're always volatile, I guess is a good way to put it. People seldom agree. So I am not sure that the covenants would be able to hold the town from liability if that O&M on those retention ponds isn't done. It's going to be a sore spot for the neighborhood anyway. So I think that I think the common areas need to be owned by the homeowners association, but the O&M for the retention ponds needs to be the responsibility of the town. So if an easement covers that, then I think we'll be okay.
We certainly can and did intend to propose a public drainage, public utility and drainage easement, blanket easement at those common areas. So you would have public access and, they will be labeled as drainage easements. And reality of it is they're a holding cell, as I described earlier, it's going to be temporary for water retention, but they're there to serve a purpose. They're going to have a ditch, a structure, a headwork, some kind of a structure to convey their stormwater into the right of way and into the collection system. So there is something there, but it is one of those deals, because I think that condition 13 refers to stuff within the right of way, in the 60-foot right of way. And this kind of goes outside of that right of way. So I think a public drainage easement that the city could, you'd have access to the full acre if you find the interest to maintain the end of the culvert and the headworks, and that's what you need to maintain. Doesn't obligate you to go mow and, pull weeds in a common area, but it gives you access to get in there and maintain a culvert, a headworks or something of that nature.
But at least for me, I want to defer to the town on this because it's going to be an expense into the future and have dedicate resources to it.
I think it's one of those things like when they have to go out and use the jet truck, they'll just be one of those deals where they go down there and shoot a little water into the culvert to make sure that water still flows through there. If there is a problem that needs to be fixed, then we'll have to talk to the neighborhood about how we're going to fix that. Make sure that that it still functions properly. But I think it's a responsibility of the town to make sure that that operates correctly. I would hate to leave that up to a HOA that did nothing but fight or didn't exist at all.
Speaking of an HOA, I don't see in our conditions that we require an establishment of an HOA. I mean, it's in the covenants and et cetera, but I think if it's a condition, it's pretty clear that
That gets done.
So you would condition that even though it's already in there, I guess. Just
would, because if it's just in the covenants, they can change the covenants. But if it's in the, if it's a condition of the subdivision, it's a
Sure.
requisite.
Yeah, right.
So with concurrence of the board, can we add that as an additional condition that an HOA be established and maintained?
Yes, I believe that has been a condition in other subdivisions.
So we consolidated 19 and 20. And we determined that the stormwater,
I think we covered that already in the easements.
okay.
I think
but
that
the
we're
maintenance
still,
of it-
we're still saying that parks and common area within the subdivision shall be privately owned and maintained by the homeowners association and shall be handicap accessible. That combines 19 and 20. I think they're still owned by the homeowners association.
we have
The,
concurrence, right?
And so just quickly, before we go beyond this, does that mean that the homeowners association could prohibit the public from using these common areas because they own them and maintain them?
Unless it's
They
stated
might.
otherwise.
yeah, they could.
They
You
could
can't
put a
keep you
sign
up with-
that says homeowners, subdivision residents only.
Yeah, I see this all the time, and people will claim it has to do with legal concerns. Like if they really do a dog park, that'll be one of those kind of places. And I don't know if we want to have that conversation, but yeah, and a lot of the subdivisions I've worked with before, they'll put up all sorts of nasty signs.
They can't keep you off the street and the sidewalk, but they can keep you out of their park.
And this pathway that we're in theory allowed access through. But otherwise, yeah.
Okay.
You have a follow-up on that, Dan?
They won't do that, but I have yet to.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that that's kind of what we're inferring here, that those are private common areas.
When we discussed parks at the staff level, there was a discussion around whether the town took over these common areas and owned the parks, or if it should be rested on the HOA. And I think part of the philosophy behind putting it back on the HOA was that these amenities were being installed to service that neighborhood. So it made sense that that neighborhood paid for them, maintained them, did all those things. They weren't necessarily intended to be installed for the rest of the city to use.
Okay, we have clarity on that? '21, concurrence? '22, amend C1 to C2. We have concurrence on that as amended. '23,
Is it just really quick? Sorry. Is it saying common architectural theme with the residential area? What does it mean by a common architectural theme?
I took
So-
that. I'll let the developer talk.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, we,
This was something that the staff put in, I think, thinking that it was, like we've discussed, a live work type situation where this would be a place where people from the neighborhood would go, maybe get coffee, walk over, go to the dentist. Maybe there's some multifamily homes there. Maybe there's a little cafe, whatever the case is, but that it becomes kind of its own little village to serve the development. And it kind of, as opposed to having one building with masonry block, one building with racing metal siding, kind of creating a disjointed look. We thought that having some commonality in the way that buildings look within this little commercial neighborhood that's really there to serve the neighbors to the north would be a good idea. Obviously, the planning board can choose to not think it's a good idea. But that was the reason why we put it in.
So it's just saying these standards will be added into the CCRs, essentially, by the developer. Is that what you're saying there? That some level of standards, commercial can't be held to the same standards that are written into their residential, because the residential have, it's like the, it's the CCRs from the 1970s. It's the roof pitches and the sidings. It's all this, same stuff for residential, but that doesn't apply to commercial. It can't apply to commercial.
In my opinion, this goes to economics of scale. In order to be able to build that many buildings that close together, one person or one contractor is probably going to be the one that builds it. Trying to build that many different buildings with that many different styles all at once is financially unreasonable, I guess is the best way to put it. So what I'm envisioning here is that the developer or a developer will come in and build a building with space available to be interior designed by whoever occupies the space. Exterior will be one big building with independent walls. In order to be efficient with the space and get as much financially, as a business person, that's what you want to do. You want to give as much interior space as you can. So you want to have common walls for everybody. And if you're going to have everybody build their own building, then there have to be space in between the buildings, and you won't be able to have as much space as you need. It'll be financially a financial misfit. You won't ever make any money.
Does RC2 allow for zero lot line?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I guess my only point was, that's a little vague. That's all. Don't laugh at me, Greg. I see you.
So what do you want to do with that? Do you have a suggestion?
Well, is the point that there's a common theme among the C2? Or is the point that there's a common theme between the C2 and the residential? What's the point there? It's one of the.
The intention was just among C2.
Correct. From what I thought I heard from the town, and I may have mistaken this, and Brandon, I think maybe wants to voice something too. What I thought I heard at one point is an expression from the town that they wanted to see some similarity between the commercial and the residential, actually. But maybe I took that all wrong. And Brandon, I think, was in those conversations. So I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I think where Bill and I were heading with this is that really we wanted a common theme with those commercial buildings. Even when it comes to building a fire station in that neighborhood, we wanted that fire station to match the other buildings in that C2 zone, so that there was some common theme there. It wasn't broken up with different materials. I think you're right, Megan, that I think it's probably unreasonable to expect that the commercial zone directly matches what's going to happen residentially, but we did, I would imagine by default they're going to be similar, but they're not going to be written into those covenants that way.
Okay, so what we're asking here is for the developer to add additional language addressing commercial.
Correct.
Okay. Do we concur? Do you want to amend it?
As C2, not C1.
Correct.
C2, right. Okay. Everybody concur? Yes? All right. 23, we talked about this earlier. Do we have concurrence? This is sort of the hammer clause. Any concerns? Concur?
There was two questions I guess I had to finish. Did we not have the HOA established? Is that a condition that needed to be added?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's,
Okay.
technically, that would now be number 24 since we combined 19 and
Okay.
20.
And the only other one I had that we talked about was some kind of a affirmation from MDT that we talked about a condition, an affirmation from MDT that they weren't going to require something as this project.
Yes.
Where is that though? Because
It's not. I think it should be an
Yeah.
additional condition.
We have to add
Okay.
it. Andy, you want to offer some language?
I probably, we obviously are looking for a letter from MDT finding that the impacts of this subdivision aren't warranting improvements onto their state facilities, I think. Isn't that that's the meat of what we are after? That this project isn't creating a warrant, a demand that this must happen today because of this subdivision, something to occur to East Side Highway. And I call it 269, and that may be the same thing, but I'm thinking about the road where Burnt Fork intersects Main Street. Because the other agencies are, well, both the other agencies honestly are sitting at this table. So I think that's what the conditions of SID waivers, the impacts to the Logan Lane, the discussion we had about the intersection control and safety and that sort of thing. These agencies have proposed conditions that were felt to be satisfactory. The one that we did not get an opinion from was MDT, which has impacts on East Side Highway and I don't know, correct me, whatever that, it's not, I don't know that it's 269.
I think
It's
that's
East
correct.
Side there too, or 269. They're one and the same.
Okay. But anyway, I think it's a letter from MDT providing affirmation that this project hasn't created a warrant. And if there is a warrant, then we would ultimately, I think, have to satisfy MDT that warrant has been satisfied.
Yep.
That's the gist of what I think. That was the base we wanted to cover in that finding of fact for protection of public health and safety and impacts to local roads and things.
Okay.
So that's generic language.
I think that based on that discussion and the conversation we had a few hours ago, there's enough material there that I think we catch the spirit of what you're after, and we can, in the office here, probably throw something concise together.
I suppose all this would need a draft put together, and all these people need to look at it, and make sure that it's what we all thought we heard tonight.
Yeah.
For findings of fact and potential conditions that could be mitigating factors if the subdivision were approved.
Is the mechanism of that of approving the minutes?
I think that it might be the planning and zoning board at their next meeting, which I would imagine they're gonna. I think you were all prepared to probably schedule another meeting right away, is to formally approve whatever those changes are, rather than just through the minutes.
I had no intention of going till 1 o'clock in the morning today. I thought we'd have multiple meetings. Thank you, Paul. So we will, sooner rather than later, have a motion to send a recommendation to the town council on this. Before we do that, I'd like to make sure, we've gone through, all of us have read the public comment, and there's a couple of, one was raised tonight I hadn't seen, was the fencing along the path the walking path. I'm assuming that the request was for a wood fence. Is there any discussion to be had about that?
You mean the request for the fence behind the current property owners
Right.
to the retention, to the common place, not the walking path, right? On the side.
I mean,
Open for discussion. I mean, I find it really hard to believe that somebody that moved into a subdivision that has very obvious roads ending into what is going to become the next phase couldn't realize that. Isn't that much different than what was proposed umpteen years ago. I mean, I really don't see, that's my opinion.
okay.
Isn't that what we're all after? We're all after, our own little road that we live on that nobody else does, and we all like our neighbors, and
once
we
we're
don't
there,
have to be
nobody else
forced to
can
get
come
along
in.
with each other. And I understand her concern based on the fact that she borders this area, and I think that maybe there should be a conversation at some point with the HOA. But as far as putting that in as a condition, without knowing in some sort of 3D design what it's going to look like, I don't necessarily think that ought to be in a condition for approval. And I agree with you, Megan, that's every time I've driven out there, and I know a couple of people that live out there, that's a dead end road.
It's yeah.
It's not a cul-de-sac. It's
You
meant
can't
to be
dispute it.
continued on.
No.
You
Yeah.
can't dispute that. You can dispute that it doesn't connect to Second Street, that's for sure, because that's a cul-de-sac. And it looks like a cul-de-sac.
Right.
But you can't do that with Syringa and Aspen Trail. You just can't. The road ends. There's a barricade. There's no way that road doesn't continue on at some point.
So some other comments that we had were wanting us to make sure we didn't pass on or subsidize developer costs to the general taxpayer in Stevensville. And I guess this is a question kind of for the mayor and Bill and council member, giving some sort of assurance to these concerns that it's not going to happen, that they are going to pay their own way.
Utilities, I guess I'll jump in first and then let the mayor have his word. Utilities, water and wastewater in Montana is actually kind of unique. It's a self-supporting system, which means that if you have to buy into that system, you have to be able to show that you are proportionally paying your way as to how that system exists. That's why we have infrastructure fees. There are infrastructure fees for every lot in this subdivision. Some for R1 residential, some for R2, some for commercial, they all vary. That buys you into the system. That allows this system to be supported, allows you to support your input into the system. So for how much water you're going to use and how much waste you're going to put down the wastewater system. So that's the vehicle that is used. That's having that bared by the homeowner, and then the developer has to put in and complete, and I want to emphasize that, and complete all the infrastructure. That's streets, sidewalks, sewer lines, water lines, gas lines, electrical lines, street lights, has to be all done to the town's approval before he can sell a lot. That's a lot of money. That's a big gamble. I personally appreciate people who are willing to take that big step off that cliff, because I've seen people crash and burn. So guaranteed that, and that's what happened with Creekside Meadows. All of that infrastructure was put in, all of it. Same thing with Twin Creeks. the streets, the sidewalks, the street, all that infrastructure was put in first and paid for by the developer. That is not the responsibility of the existing taxpayers. And as I said before, as we add more people to the system, that spreads out that cost, that total cost to more people. Now, instantly has to make it at least cost the same and maybe even somewhat less. Otherwise, it would be foolish for us to do that. We would say we're not going to add on to the town because it only costs everybody else money. The reason to do this is that we spread the users, spread the same amount or a similar amount of infrastructure out to more people so that the cost can at least remain the same, because upgrades will always have to be done. And when you have more people, that more slices of the pie to divide up, then it's a little bit less expensive for everybody.
Thanks, Paul. Mayor, you have anything?
Yes, I do. So on that vein where Paul's talking about infrastructure fees, specifically in the water and sewer services, because that there's a lot of concern there, I think, especially from the Creekside Homeowners Development and the rest of the residents in Stevensville regarding their water system, and does it have the capacity, and are water rates going to go up so high that they can't afford to bring all these extra customers onto the system. If every single lot in this subdivision does a single 3/4 inch hookup, you're looking at $669,000 in infrastructure fees. That's assuming they all have a 3/4 inch, which we know these multifamily dwellings are going to go more like 1.5 inches to 1 inch, somewhere in that range. Then there's another $35,000 in just hookup fees when they tap the mains. So that money is being brought into the system and being charged at the time the building permit is issued for the home. Okay, so whoever builds the house is responsible for those fees. We take that money and we use that to make capital improvements to the system so that we can offset effects of growth in our community. That $669,000 right now off the bat pays for half of our water tank. We got $1 million price tag on that. That's half the cost right there. We know we have a storage issue, so we're addressing those things. On the general fund side of things, I think it's worth noting that if you looked at all of the property within the city limits of Stevensville, I think it's about 52% of that property is taxable. The rest of it's owned by the school, the town, or a church or some other nonprofit that does not pay any taxes. So right now, out of roughly the 2 square miles of Stevensville, half of the people, 52% of the owners, are actually paying taxes. The other 48% are using services without actually having to pay into the general fund for that. And that's just the way the tax structure is set up. But when you look at development and you look at, the taxpayers are going to have to fund this new subdivision, that's not actually the case. Right now we have 57 acres of land that that is taxed as a single piece of property, and has one tax bill and has very little improvement on it in terms of taxable value. You split that up into 137 lots with whatever range or price point home on them, they're naturally going to bring in additional tax revenue. So I'm not saying that we approve subdivisions strictly from the financial and revenue standpoint, but my point here is that typically speaking, they are bringing in their share of taxes, and there does come a time where sometimes residential tax base, depending on the service, doesn't pay for the services we provide. It's kind of one of those money pits, and really the services we provide are subsidized by the commercial tax base, which I think was part of our inclination of endorsing, if you will, the C2 zone, was knowing that some commercial development may help with tax burden in town. I don't know if that directly answers it. Maybe a roundabout very lengthy answer, but that's, I mean, off the hip, that's some of my thoughts in terms of tax burden and cost burden on other residents in town for this subdivision. The last piece I'll follow up on is I think, and Paul's really beat this drum well tonight, and so I'll just hit it one more time for him. Yes, if a special improvement district does become necessary to improve the roadways or any other infrastructure in this area of the community, the cost should be shared by the Creekside development just as much as the Burnt Fork Estates in relative terms of their size.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Does anybody else, off the top of their head, I know we had a lot of concerns raised about the water availability, the service area, the sewer system capacity. I think they've been well addressed tonight, but does anybody have a list of questions and concerns raised by our citizens that haven't been addressed well, in your opinion? Okay, at this point, we can take more public comment, or we make a motion and take public comment on the motion. What's your preference? Could we do it at the county? We take public comment on any decision. So
Are you guys ready? And I'm just curious on procedural wise, are you guys ready to make a motion tonight? Or was it your intent that we update the staff report and the conditions and all of those pieces and give you another opportunity to approve that?
I'd be okay with that, but
We'll do whatever. I wanted to be clear as to what your expectation was so that we made sure we met that.
what's the wish of the board, Megan?
I understood it the way Brandon did. I don't have a strong feeling, I guess.
Paul?
If you look at the agenda, there's discussion and decision. I'm one of those people who's, if we're going to make a decision, let's make a decision. If we're going to say we're going to look at what we amended and then make a decision, let's do that. Let's make sure that we're clear with the public as to what we're going to do. I think we've made some editorial changes and we've clarified a lot of stuff with each other. I don't think that that's really changing the way we feel about how we're going to proceed with this decision. So I'm okay with us making a motion. And if we have to, based upon what we've discussed without having actually seen the proposed changes, but if you guys would rather wait and see the changes before and make sure that we get it right, then I'm okay with that as well.
Trennis, what do you think?
I feel like I would like to see the changes and have some time to mill those over and make a decision at a later date. But I would also be okay if the board supports making a motion this evening.
Thank you. Dan?
I can go either way on this. I don't have a strong opinion. I mean, if we make a motion, it's going to be kind of like subject to us regain the final language. So it seems to me like it's a wash. Either way, we can do this. I don't have a strong opinion either way.
I'd like to see the final language, take public comment again. I think we had a lot less public comment and interaction than I was expecting. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I want to make sure the public's had a chance to weigh in on this adequately. And but I do really appreciate everybody's patience and hard work tonight. Job well done. So I guess we could have a motion to continue the meeting to date and time certain. What do people's schedules look like?
1 week from today,
13th?
14th? Oh, the 13th? The 13th is 1 week from today? Yes.
Yeah, you guys have a council meeting on the 14th.
Yeah, we got council.
That works for me.
Same time.
Hopefully not entirely, but
Not nearly as late.
Anytime?
Early.
Yeah.
So just a real point for you folks, we shouldn't have much of a problem getting these amendments and stuff done. I'll just tell you, that's a really quick turnaround in terms, well, certainly in terms of staff report, but I think we can manage that. But in terms of having a complete set of minutes in draft form for you folks, because I'll just tell you, this recording is going to have to be replayed for the poor soul who has to type them. So
yeah, and that's days.
yeah, we're looking at a couple days worth
I don't
of.
think we're looking for minutes. We're looking for an updated staff report and conditions.
That's good because you weren't going to see minutes anyway.
What about?
The other point I would just so that everyone's on the same page and it's clear to the board and clear to the public who watch this. Is there any expectation of public notice for your meeting next week?
This is a continuation of a meeting.
And we can still advertise it through social media, our website, but it obviously is not going to hit the paper in time. So I just wanted you to be fully aware of that.
So I'd entertain a motion to continue this meeting to January 13th at 6:30 p.m.
Greg, I'll make that motion to pick up our meeting 6:30 p.m. on the 13th of January.
Thanks, Megan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Dan. All right, so we have a motion and a second to continue this meeting to January 13th at 6:30 p.m. Same format. Is there any discussion, board discussion? Is there any public comment? Press *9 to raise your hand. I can't believe, I'm pretty impressed with the public staying on through this.
I was just gonna throw some statistics at you. So right now there are 12 participants on the meeting. And it looks like probably 3 or 4 of those are phone callers in. I mean, obviously a majority of us are on here. There are currently 7 people watching our live stream either via Facebook or YouTube. I'll tell you, at any given time, we had about 50 people between live stream and our participants. And then just one more piece of statistical information. Since this meeting started at 6:30 yesterday evening, you've reached 750. It's been seen by 750 people on Facebook.
Great.
More than we could have probably fit in the library room or the town council chambers.
All right, is there any public comment? Going once. Any public comment? *9, raise your hand. Any
No.
public comment?
A hand just went up. Here we go. Number ending in 5676 will unmute you. Please state your name and address for the record. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is Jim Kalkofen calling. I sat through your meeting, and I just think it's important to reiterate one of the points I made in the email to all board members, and that's the Stevensville 2016 Growth Policy, page 3738, section specifically calls for hearings and uses by the public Planning and Zoning Board, requires public hearings and it says public hearings will be conducted by the P and Z Board and Town Council for proposed subdivisions in Stevensville. And due to that language, I feel that a public hearing must be conducted.
Thanks, Jim.
And I still think that you missed a condition when Bill said, quote, "The DEQ won't approve a project until the DNRC approves water rights." I think you have to put a condition in there that specifically states that water rights must be settled before anything progresses on this application.
Okay.
That's my comment, and I'm sticking to it, and I'm about ready for bed. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Have a good evening.
Yep. Yep.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please signify with aye.
Aye.
Dan's got his thumb up. Trennis?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We'll see you, next week.
Thanks, everyone. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good morning.